وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الأستاذ بندر بن إبراهيم الخريف وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية، معالي المهندس عبد الله السواحة وزير الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة والسيدات الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا بدر الخليوي، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في مؤتمر مصنع المستقبل الذي تستضيفه الهيئة السعودية للمدن الصناعية ومناطق التقن مدن، وتنظمه شركة Convergent Global. سيكون مؤتمر مصنع المستقبل سلسلة من الفعاليات التي تمتد على مدى سنوات من أجل ضمان استمرار الحوار وتبادل المعرفة بما يواكب تطور هذا القطاع. وهذه السلسلة من الفعاليات تنطلق اليوم بهذا الحدث. حضورنا الكرام، تعلمون أن المملكة العربية السعودية تشهد في الوقت الراهن مرحلة تحول يشكل فيها التصنيع محوراً رئيسياً للاهتمام. وتعلمون أن المصنعين قد حققوا تقدماً مهماً في دفع مسيرة التنمية بالمملكة، وأصبح لهم دورهم المؤثر على الساحة العالمية. ومن أجل مواصلة هذه الرحلة وتحقيق أهداف رؤية 2030 وبرنامج تطوير الصناعة الوطنية والخدمات اللوجستية، هناك ضرورة قصوى لبذل الجهود فيما يتعلق بمشاركة المعرفة والتعاون. ولهذا الغرض تستضيف مدن هذه السلسلة من الفعاليات التي تركز على القطاع الصناعي في المملكة، والتي تتناول موضوع مصنع المستقبل. حضورنا الكرام، أتشرف الآن بدعوة معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية الأستاذ بندر الخريف لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير. أولاً أنا حقيقة الإخوان في مدن ما قصروا، سووا لي كلمة لكن اسمحوا لي ما راح أقراها لسبب بسيط. أنا عندما فكرت في المناسبة هذه الحقيقة جاء في الذاكرة تجربة خاصة يمكن ذكرها، ولو أني ما أعتبر نفسي أفهم في موضوع مصانع المستقبل، لكن ذكر التجربة أعتقد أنه يبين لكم أن احنا بالفعل اليوم نعيش المستقبل. أنا في بداية حياتي العملية اشتغلت بياع مكاين ومعدات صناعية، وعندما بديت المشوار وجدت أنه أنا بحاجة إلى أني أتعلم في أحد الجهات التي تستخدم هذه النوعية من المعدات، فأحد الإخوان جزاه الله خير تطوع وتبنى أنه أشتغل معهم لفترة، ولا زلت أتذكر هذاك المكان كيف كان يعني يعج بالنشاط وبالحيوية وبالإبداع، وهذه كانت تسمى مراكز فرز الألوان. الطباعة الصناعية، الطباعة الهاي كاباسيتي برينتينج تحتاج إلى يعني إعداد ما قبل إنتاج الطباعة، ولفت نظري القلب النابض لهذه المنشأة كان جهاز سكانر اسمه أو وظيفته فصل الألوان، بحيث يستطيع أن ينقل الصورة إلى الألوان الثلاثة أو الألوان الأربعة اللي في الطباعة، وبعدين يحولها إلى مادة ممكن طباعتها والدوبليكيتنج الأكتوال إيمج الأساسية في الطباعة. هذا الجهاز كنا نبيعه في ذاك الوقت بحوالي 1,600,000 ريال، ورغم هذه التكلفة المرتفعة لهذا الجهاز إلا أنه يعتمد بشكل كبير على المشغل. وأنا أتذكر هذا الشخص المشغل كان هو الأسد حق المكان، شخص أرمني الحقيقة very nice guy، بس إنه he decides what has to be done. بعد فترة قليلة هذا الجهاز من 1,600,000 نزل إلى 1,100,000، بعدين إلى 800. بعدين أحد الشركات اليابانية اللي احنا نتعامل معها طلعت شيء اسمه، ولأول مرة أسمع في شيء اسمه Artificial Intelligence عام 2000. أخذوا عقلية هالشخص الأرمني وغيره وحطوها في طريقة لتحليل الديسيجن ميكينج اللي يسوونه هالأشخاص إلى تقنية. احنا نتكلم عن عام 2000 يا جماعة، وصار الجهاز بدل ما هو ب1,000,000 أو 800 صار أول جهاز بعناه أتوقع أنه عند العبيكان، ما أدري والله، لأنهم دائما يشترون الأشياء المتميزة، كان ب145,000. وغير السعر أنه صار تقريبا 10% من التكلفة، ما عاد في داعي للأرمني، ما عاد في داعي للعقلية اللي تميز بين الألوان. احنا اليوم نتكلم عن عام 2019 مقبلين على 2020. اللي أحاول أقوله أن احنا نعيش المستقبل. ليس هذا الجهاز اللي أصبح اليوم أوبسوليت، كل المرحلة هذه أصبحت أوبسوليت. فويلكم تو ذا فيوتشر. I will not bore you. ما ودي أمللكم كثير، يمكن المحتوى اللقاء يكون أغنى وأثرى، لكن نحن في وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية بحلتها الجديدة نعتبر أن الاستثمار في مصانع المستقبل، الاستثمار في الصناعة 4.0 ليست فقط هي حتمية لأن الصناعة على مستوى العالم تتجه في هذا الاتجاه، وإنما أيضاً أعتقد أو أكاد أجزم بأن هذا النوع من التقنيات يتناسب مع التركيبة السكانية للمملكة التي بحمد الله أعتقد أنه كلنا نؤمن بأن الطاقات البشرية هي الدافع الحقيقي للتنمية الاقتصادية، وتبني مثل هذه التقنيات تبني تقنيات صناعة المستقبل، تبني تقنيات 4.0 ستضعنا في مصف أو في مصاف الدول المتقدمة بشكل أسرع مما كنا نتخيل بالطريقة التقليدية. اليوم أي شخص يبدأ في أي صناعة عنده أدفانتج كبير عن من سبقه، لأنه أصبح عنده أكسس وقدرة على الاستثمار في آخر ما وصل له العلم. الشباب وشابات المملكة يحملون إمكانيات علمية ومعرفية وقدرات رائعة بإمكانهم الاستفادة من مثل هذه التقنية. لذلك من أحد المسارات التي نركز عليها وندعمها هو هذا الخيار، خيار صناعة المستقبل، خيار مصانع المستقبل وإندستري 4.0. أنا يمكن صراحة أجهلكم في هالمجال، لكن على الأقل أؤمن بأنه هذا أمر حتمي التعامل معه ليس رفاهة، إنما واجب. دورنا في الوزارة أن نقدم كل ما يمكن تقديمه لجعل هذا التوجه حقيقة. بالطبع أنا ما أتكلم عن أحلام، نحن اليوم بالفعل نعيش تجربة، فقد تبنت مدن مع مجموعة من الشركاء على إحداث تغيير في المصانع الحالية، والتجارب اليوم بنشوف نتائجها. جهد Industry 4.0 لا يمكن أن يكون جهد وزارة واحدة ولا جهة واحدة، هو جهد جميع الجهات الحكومية ذات العلاقة، وعلى رأسها وزارة الاتصالات. وأنا الحقيقة فخور وسعيد بأن اليوم أخي معالي وزير الاتصالات معنا اليوم. الوزارة تقود هذا التحول وتقود هذا المشوار، لأن وزارة الاتصالات هي المعنية ببناء البنية التحتية التي ستكون الأساس في انطلاق مثل هذه التقنيات وتبني المملكة لها. الاستثمار في المعدات لا يكفي إذا ما وجدت البنية التحتية التي تواجه التحدي الميكنة. أنا أعتقد أن احنا لن نكون بالاتجاه الصحيح. لذلك أنا سعيد بأنه وزارة الاتصالات هي الليدر في هذا الاتجاه. وزارة الصناعة ستقود ما يتعلق بالجانب الصناعي، والعمل المشترك هو الأساس للنجاح. وليس عندي شك صراحة على مستوى الوزراء ولا على مستوى بقية القيادات في الوزارات المختلفة، وتحديداً في وزارة الاتصالات ووزارة الصناعة. المملكة بحمد الله وبقيادة خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وولي عهده الأمين تعيش حراك وتقبل للتغيير بشكل لم نشهده من قبل، ويجب علينا في كل اتجاه وفي كل نشاط أن نغتنم هذه الفرصة. ونحن في وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية سوف نغتنمها ونستغلها أكبر استغلال. وخطتنا بإذن الله أن ننشئ الوزارة الجديدة كمثال لوزارات المستقبل، فيها قدرة على التعامل مع المتغيرات، فيها قدرة على التحرك السريع، وفيها قدرة على تبني كل جديد. لذلك أدعو الجميع بعدم التردد في تقديم النصح والمشورة والرأي. وأنا حقيقة منبهر بكمية الحضور اليوم في هذا الصباح الجميل الذي ينافسه جو رائع، فإن شاء الله يكون جو القاعة ينافس جو خارج القاعة. في نهاية كلمتي لا يسعني إلا أن أتقدم لكم بالشكر على حضوركم، وللمنظمين على التنظيم، وللرعاة على تبني هذه المناسبة، والإخوان في مدن على حسن التنظيم وعلى الكلمة اللي جهزوها لي وما قريتها، فاعذروني. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا معالي الوزير بندر الخليف على هذه الكلمة. والآن حضورنا الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أدعوكم للاستمتاع بهذا الفيلم القصير الذي يقدم لكم نظرة عامة عن مبادرات الحكومة السعودية في مجال الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، مع التركيز بشكل خاص على برنامج الإنتاجية الوطني. طيب معالي الوزير، يمكن هذا مثال على الأرمني أو الشخص الآرمي اللي ذكرته اللي فخلونا الآن نبدأ معاكم حضورنا الكرام إلى أولى جلساتنا الحوارية التي تنطلق في هذا المؤتمر. جلستنا الأولى أعزائنا الحضور ستلقي الضوء على الاستفادة من الفرص ومواجهة التحديات لبناء مصنع المستقبل. هنا يسعدني أن أرحب على خشبة المسرح بمدير الجلسة السيد جيوتي لالشاندني، نائب رئيس مجموعة IDC والمدير العام الإقليمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وتركيا وأفريقيا. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jyoti Lalshandini.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jyoti Lalshandani. I'm the regional head for IDC, covering Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. And it's a pleasure to be here. Again, welcome to all of you and all the delegates here present at this amazing forum. I've got an interesting task ahead of me, which is to, of course, discuss the disruption that's happening in the manufacturing sector, the industrial sector at large here in the kingdom. And I have the pleasure of hosting a panel discussion of 3 panelists who will be joining me on stage here this morning. Unfortunately, Mr. Mutana Abdulaziz Al Raktan could not make it for this morning's session. His flight was canceled and possibly delayed, so we've been told that he's trying to get on another flight, and he will be joining us here later this morning, and will address the keynote session scheduled later in the program. So for this discussion, I think that the main focus is to understand what is the disruption that's happening in the industrial sector here in the kingdom, but also globally, and to think about how emerging technologies and innovative technologies is disrupting the marketplace, and how organizations in the industrial space are leveraging some of these technologies to improve overall efficiencies, but also to advance their own business. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of the panelists here on stage. First of all, I'd like to invite Engineer Abdullah Alobe Khan, the CEO of Alobe Khan, to join us on stage. Welcome, please. Joe Gerstel. Joe is the Senior Director of Product Management at GE Digital. Welcome, Joe. Welcome. And last but not the least, Mr. Uwe Troger, the Senior Executive Vice President, Digital Industries at Siemens Middle East. Welcome. Yes. So welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for taking part in this panel discussion to discuss the factories of the future, specifically looking at the opportunities and challenges that exist not just globally, but also here in the kingdom. And maybe I'll start with you, Engineer Bekant, to maybe get your thoughts on how do you see the manufacturing sector kind of change globally, at a global level. How do you see the major changes in the industrial space? If you can share some of your thoughts on that.
Assalamu alaikum, sabahkum Allah bil khair. I think, digital, it's really a big wave, starting from consumer, enterprise, e-commerce. I believe industry now, it's starting to emerge. And industry have big opportunity and big also challenge. For manufacturing especially, there is a lot of opportunity. I give you example. Today, if you see, operation, quality, logistic, planning, a lot of redundancy there and potential to increase the productivity. My understanding of digital transformation and 4.0 about 4 things: productivity, customer experience, employees engagement, and new business model. And I believe we are in front of big opportunity. We are, I think if we miss the opportunity, we'll create big challenge for ourselves.
Thank you. So Joe and Uwe, both of you work with a number of manufacturing and industrial sites around the world. How do you see the future of manufacturing, and what challenges do you see at a global level that we can perhaps learn from and think about how we can adapt here in the kingdom? Maybe Joe, I'd like to start with you first.
Sure. So we've seen we've been in the business about 20 years in automation and manufacturing. A lot of change in the last 20 years. It was much harder to get data off the equipment, much harder to get employees engaged because the software was old and green screen. Things have changed a lot. First of all, with the advent of very inexpensive sensors and also the cloud technology, we're able to get this data much easier, much less expensively, and bring it to the cloud where we can do analytics on it. And that's a huge game changer, I think, in manufacturing. We're a little behind, frankly, of the commercial folks. They've been doing this for years, right? Facebook and Google and all those guys have been understanding this concept of analytics and how to use it effectively to change their business. And I think in manufacturing, we have a great opportunity right now to do that.
Thank you. Uwe, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm honored to represent Siemens in this panel. What I'm touching upon, what Joe mentioned, what I'm seeing as one of the big changes is that with the new technology being available, you are able to do a lot of modeling, a lot of testing of what you're going to produce. on a digital twin before you even start setting up your manufacturing line, before you start investing money in real hardware. And that is something that's coming more and more. We have a lot of involvements in customers setting up their manufacturing lines with a digital twin long before they really start the investment, and there's a lot of optimization you can do. There's a lot of customization you can do towards what is the final end product, how do you want to serve your market, and that for me is a very big changer in the market compared to what we used to do in traditional planning.
So, thank you for sharing your comments. Maybe, Joe, I'll come back to you. In terms of working across the world, talking to different industrial sites and different factories, how do you see the Saudi Arabian environment different from what you see in other parts of the world? It would be useful to get your perspective on this.
Sure. So I think we've come a long way in Saudi Arabia in terms of where you were before, and as His Excellency was talking about the change in step in what we've seen in the past, that there's a ton of opportunity here. It's just amazing amount of opportunity for Saudi and the folks you have, the young folks ready to come into manufacturing. It's an amazing opportunity for them to take on right now. I think the things that we talk about and we can help with start with kind of an assessment, a digital transformation assessment, and understanding where you're at right now, how you can use digital more effectively. And it's not just about digital, it's not just about software and machinery and talking to machines. It's about changing the process and the people along the way as well. Getting those people engaged, changing the way they work, and helping them see their benefit and their value as they do their jobs. So I think there's just a ton of opportunity here, and I'm excited to be part of it and help you guys with it.
Would we perhaps like to share some of your perspectives as well?
Yeah, what I can say from my point of view, I've been responsible for this region from a Siemens point of view for the last more than 12 years. I've been traveling many times. I've been staying in the country, and I see a lot of positive changes, very positive changes. And I also, if I compare this in my private experience, in my Siemens experience, I was living in Asia. When China opened up and the market opened up and the country opened up, a lot of things happened, and I see similar things happening in the country. What does it mean for us? There's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of momentum, in particular to include the local young resources. And for me, this is also a very positive sign to see how this is moving forward. And there's a lot of openness, to capture these new trends, to these new technologies, and to really engage with companies to develop new ideas. And that's where I see a very big momentum that we obviously want to support with local partners, of course.
Thank you. Engineer Beka, you've got a hot seat. You are, from the sector yourself, and it would be useful to understand, from your perspectives, you're seeing all these changes happen globally. You're seeing, of course, the kingdom making a strong focus towards diversifying the economy, strong focus on driving the industrial sector. What opportunities do you think the industry has to leapfrog and move ahead in terms of advancement?
I believe personally, if we don't disrupt ourselves, we will be disrupted. And I believe too, industry, it will be disrupted by industrial people, not by garage sitting or people sitting in garage. Because industry need domain expertise, industry need platform to validate, you need to have credibility, you need to have customer network. And I think the starting point, we should start to organize ourselves. We developed in our company last 5 years a methodology. We say, get organized, get connect, get inside, get optimized. A lot of people talk about why and digital transformation. In our case, we focused last 5 years how. How really the challenge. People focus to AI and predictive maintenance, but they are not organized in the basic maintenance. If you don't really organize yourself, you cannot move to the new era of digital and transformation. If you don't connect your assets, your people, your resources, and create feasibility for the everything, active and in your operation, you cannot move. And I recommend strongly, and this is what we are doing, we focus on get organized first and get connect. The rest it will come. And a lot of discussion talk about AI and machine learning and prediction of maintenance or supply chain, but if they don't have the basic, you cannot move. The opportunity, we need to start with our pain, our needs, start to solve our own challenge, and this is really disrupting ourselves. And this is what we are trying in our company last 5 years, disrupting ourselves for everything we are doing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Joe, we've been talking a lot about the disruption of technologies and how that's impacting the overall transformation of the space. I know you have a partnership with Modon where you are trying to understand where organizations are and take them through that journey. If you could share some details about the partnership that you have with Modon and what exactly you're doing in terms of the assessment of these sites.
Sure. So, yeah, as you said, we're working closely with Modon to help Saudi industry bring forward what they have to offer and really get into the latest technology. What we do in the digital transformation assessment is we take a look at the entire organization, but beyond that, even the supply chain, to understand what your suppliers are bringing to it, but also outside to what your customers end up consuming, and really understanding the full value chain of that. And it's not just about software. It's not just about throwing some digital technology in place and assuming everything will be okay. It's really about understanding all the aspects of your business and how the people, the process, and the product really inform your success and moving forward. So we start even, it's not about digital. We start even at the ERP side of it. We start understanding the personnel side of it, all the way through to the shipping and out the door of the entire value chain. So it's a really in-depth process. The folks that have done it have learned a lot about themselves, really, and how they operate and really understand and identify the vision. The other thing it does is it really gets people involved. It's a gathering point where everybody can come together and see the value of moving forward and accept and take the challenge for their own components and bring it forward. So it's really exciting, and it's a very powerful tool to help you get moving and go in the right place.
And based on the assessments that you carry out, globally and also here in the kingdom, where do you see the Saudi manufacturing? What are the key areas of improvements that you envision, do you see from the assessments that you've carried out?
Yeah, okay, so in terms of one of the key areas is really, again, it's a lot about people. So helping people understand where they fit in the space. But then it's about really capturing that data digitally. So you all have a manufacturing execution system. You have one even if it's on paper. But you can't really use that data. It's stored off in a closet somewhere when you're done. Sometimes it's even thrown away. It's not really usable. So a big advantage of getting through the DTA and starting to attack the problem is about getting that data digitally in a place where you can understand it, you can report against it, and you can analyze, and finally, you can optimize. But again, it starts with people and ends up at the optimization phase.
Thank you. So Ubi, I understand you obviously have a local partnership agreement here in the kingdom. Siemens does. How do you see the ecosystem here, and how can we leverage some of these technologies from your own experience?
Yes, obviously we have a very strong close link to Abdallah Obekan and his company, so we are currently working on certain proof of concept topics where we try to utilize what just Joe mentioned, is to capture data, to analyze data, to take models from the data, and then, for instance, predict the failure of certain type of equipments before it fails to help improving the productivity. And on a very first level, also we're looking into energy optimization. We're looking into optimizing the process, and also Joe mentioned it's about people. It's also about training. It's about giving advice to people how to utilize existing equipment in the best manner. So there's a lot of topics that are linked to starting from the basics, so to say, giving awareness to the operator of a factory, for instance, using the tools existing, putting some additional software analytics on top of that, and then step by step improve the facility based on the existing infrastructure.
So I'd be very curious to understand from each of the panelists, you know, we're talking about various technologies today. There's AI, which of course is a huge buzzword right now. How do you leverage technology like AI? There's of course IoT and sensors. That's, you know, traditionally been a very strong use case of that in the industrial side. I'd be curious to understand from each of the panelists, maybe I'll start with you, Engineer Abekar, in terms of which technologies do you think is going to fundamentally transform the industrial sector? If you were to make your big bets, which ones would you focus on?
And I believe in digital transformation, the most critical, the mindset, the culture. Technology, it's a great, it's enabler, it's a critical, but I believe without readiness, vertical expertise, leadership commitment, it will be useless. We are partnering since 5 years with GE and Siemens. They help a lot, they help us a lot, but just technology, it's a useless. It's a waste of money and time to even start with. If you are not ready to understand your problem, you have your vertical expertise, you identify what you like to do and have high commitment, I think you shouldn't start. After that, every technology, the AI, VR, all, it's critical to bridge, to move to the new era. But the mistakes, people try to conquer the Mars, but their coffee machine not really fixed.
From your own experience, what do you think? From your own experience, what do you think are the common mistakes that manufacturing companies make?
Sorry?
From your own experience, what are the common mistakes and challenges that you think the manufacturing sector makes?
We have a couple of mistakes. First, digital, it's a platform for innovation. It's a great tools to innovate around your business. Second, start with very clear use case and pain to try to solve. Don't try to boil the ocean. Third, subject matter expert, very important to work with the data scientist. Data scientist without subject matter expert, again, useless. Start small, fail fast, scale fast. Start to, digitalize your value proposition, not digitalize your process and automation. There is a big difference between digitization and digitalization. Digitization about automation and integration. Digitalization about using data to create, unlock, or have economical value to compete in the market and to have USP, unique selling point, understanding your customer, competing with your pushing in the market and also create customer experience or new business model or engage or enhance the capability of your employees. And this is the lesson we learned. And I can tell you, it's a try and errors, determine, and it's a long journey.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your comments. Joe, in your opinion, in terms of technologies, what do you see as the major disrupting factors? Maybe you and Ove can cover that.
Well, since I'm Senior Director of Manufacturing, I think it's MES, of course. But the, you know, my wife will ask me this, what's your favorite? And I always say, there's so many to choose from, I don't have a favorite. It really depends on what you're trying to solve, you know, what you're going after. You have to do these assessments to understand where's my biggest problem, where's the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, on how I can attack something. Sometimes it's a digital twin. Sometimes it's augmented reality. Sometimes it's AI or machine learning. It really depends. The first thing you have to do, I think, as Mr. Obikan said, is really get that assessment going, understand what your people skills are, understand where they sit, and then move into digitizing and do that. You can't really do any of these cool things without putting yourself in a place where you're actually capturing that data in a digital format and can reuse it. So I think really the first thing again is people, moving it to digital, and then it all depends on your business. There's a lot of talk about AI and ML, and that's some place where, you know, GE Digital is starting to focus and has been actually focused for years on with some of our tools, and that is, I think that's going to be a powerful thing, right, moving forward.
Perfect.
Yeah, if I touch upon what Abdallah mentioned is, first of all, there needs to be a readiness in this respective plant to change, to be receptive. Then what we also saw in a number of sessions with the team there you need to have someone who understands the process, who is close to the subject matter expert of the production facility, and then start with a small topic as mentioned. Yeah? So what I believe is really a game changer is if you have analytics very close to the machine that you're trying to optimize or the process you're trying to optimize. If you start from the very top level, like an IoT placed platform where you just suck in all the data and you try to model something, it may not give you a result because you have not understood what happens on the ground, what happens with machine A, B, C, and how can you actually optimize this part. And for this part, I believe there's one of the game changers is edge technology, where you can do the analytics as close as possible to the machine level, very closely linked to the manufacturing subject matter expert to understand what is going on and really drive it from this level before you go to the top level and then come into MES space and link it to all the other top level optimization technologies. Yeah?
So you mentioned data and you mentioned IoT and sensors quite a bit. You know, that seems like a lot of focus, a lot of investment driven around this in the manufacturing sector globally in terms of leveraging data and leveraging platforms. Having said that, with so much information now in sensors, there's a big question around cybersecurity and what that means. It's a big question around what the impact this could have, and a lot of the sector is concerned about the amount of information that's out there. Based on your experiences, what advice would you give the delegates in the room around how to tackle some of these cybersecurity concerns? Maybe Engineer Bekan can start as well.
I like to talk about use case related to our business. One, we create a brilliant manufacturing with GE. Today, our machine, we connect our machine with our ERB, HRMS. Today, our machine evaluate our operators. And every day, the machine publish the best operator, the best shift, the cost, the profitability for the shift, and it's up and running. And I invite you to see it real time in our stand. And we are very proud about this partnership with GE, and really they create digital thread. And with this digital thread and the capability of GE technology, we create a lot of use case to make our life much easier and to increase our productivity. With Siemens, we create today a digital twin for the process of energy consumption. Today we connect more than 700 points in MindSphere, and we create digital twin for our Bekan glass to optimize the energy from AI, and also to understand, to get inside the process of producing glass to reduce and optimize the energy. And this is create, and every month we have one more use case. For talking about cybersecurity, it's a challenge. Always we will have a challenge about that, but I think also GE and all the Siemens and all the technology provider, most of the time they are also capable to enhance their technology to protect our use case. And this is also continue a challenge, and as much we are opening our environment to the external party, we will have more risk, but we need to take this risk and manage it.
Thank you. So Joe, from your own perspective, any best practices that you would like to share with organizations in terms of countering some of the cybersecurity concerns that organizations may have, given the digital disruption that we're seeing in terms of data and a lot of the information online? How do you, any best practices that maybe you and Uwe can share? Right,
yeah. So in terms of cybersecurity, obviously it's a real threat. It really happens out there. And we take it very seriously at GE Digital, and we work with our own teams of cybersecurity folks in our business, and we also sell devices that help you secure the OT network, which is often left open. I'll tell you a story. This would happen frequently in the past, is that engineers would work on a ladder logic program, and they'd put it on a USB key, and they'd walk out to a machine and plug it in and infect the entire set of machines on the shop floor. So, as a simple tip, don't do that. Take all the USB keys away from your engineers and your process people. But, going beyond that, really you need to put in place safeguards, firewalls, and other devices that will sit between that IT and OT network and keep your business safe. think about it. This is your asset. This is, if you lose your plant, if it goes down, if it's attacked by an outside force, which does happen, it's serious to your business. You can lose hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars a day. So it's something to take very seriously, and it's something that you should be aware of.
Yeah, obviously, cybersecurity is also a major topic for us. We have multiple assessments, equipments, and everything, but I think that's only one element. As Joe mentioned, it starts with the education of the people working on the plant. So some of the mistakes are very simple ones, and leading to a threat really at the end of the day. Plus, it depends on what industry you're in. In some industries, even the slightest piece of data is not allowed to be given to outside, especially in oil and gas. If you then talk to manufacturing facilities, it's a slightly different picture. What I believe is helping in all of that context is that if you're staying as close as possible to the machine itself, and you have the algorithm on this particular device, edge device, and you don't transfer everything into the cloud, the risk will be less, to actually have a possibility to break into this mechanism and change the mechanism. So that's where we focus on working out use cases where you're doing the modification as closely as possible to the machine level, and then stopping basically the possibility and avoiding the possibility for someone to enter in this particular equipment.
So just one final question before we wrap the session. What would be your final recommendation or initial recommendation to organizations? Where should they start? As they think about this transformation journey, what should be their starting point? How do they get started on this digital journey? Maybe Engineer Obekhan, you'd like to make some final comments.
Starting point, the convincing the CEO or number one in the company. This is business of CEO or owner, not business of IT, business of IT or finance manager. Or if the CEO not believing in this transformation, don't start. Second, start with a clear use case. Try to solve your problem and try to reduce your cost. Not a matter of dashboard or a nice screen. No, more than that. Productivity. Where is the productivity? Where is the money from day one? Where is the customer experience improvement? Where is the employees engagement? Where do we have a new business model? This is our key parameters to start any steps in digital transformation. I think if you have this, you can sail easy and with a good success rate. But without CEO or owners believe it, don't start.
So get the executive ownership right at the top.
Yes.
Joe?
Yeah, I can't agree more. Right? You have to have buy-in at the executive leadership, but you have to have buy-in across the board at the management team of your plants, et cetera, too. You're going to go nowhere without that. The leaders of the company need to understand it and be behind it all the way. Many companies actually set up a new officer called the Chief Digital Officer. We've seen this a lot. And that person is then the leader for moving you to a digital environment. Now, one thing to keep in mind here with the CDO, if you do such a thing, if you're going to set that up or if you have one, empower them, right? Because oftentimes I see this set up and the plant managers have the money. The CDO doesn't have the money. And what happens is the CDO becomes a salesperson instead of a digital transformer. So that's who you need on board. You need your leadership on board. You need somebody who's going to spearhead the entire digital transformation process, and then bring that along to your organizations. I think that's critical.
Ove, some final comments?
Yeah, to tap on my two predecessors, I agree with both of them very much so. And maybe to add to that, what I feel is also required. Once you have the leadership buy-in, once you have the CTO supporting this whole storyline, it's also important to understand what are we trying to achieve with this particular site. So it doesn't make sense to sell the big one-size-fits-all storyline of digitalization. It is still something that needs to be customized, which needs to be discussed with the people on the shop floor. And I think only if you put all of this together, coming from the top, someone who is driving it, and then at the end of the day, someone on the shop floor level who understands this will not take away my job, it will enhance my job, then you have a buy-in from both ends, and then you can move it forward.
Thank you. And I'm sure we can keep going on, but for the sake of time, we'll have to wrap the session up. Can we have a round of applause to our panelists for sharing your perspective? Thank you, gentlemen, and we'll now turn back to the MC for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jyoti Lalchandani, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. حضورنا الكرام، نعود الآن لنستأذنكم بعرض هذا الفيلم القصير الذي يقدم لكم نظرة عامة عن مبادرات الحكومة السعودية في مجال الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، مع التركيز بشكل خاص على برنامج الإنتاجية الوطني The Movie Please.
يتزايد الاتصال عبر العالم من خلال الشبكات والأجهزة والتطبيقات، ويعزى النمو الحالي في مختلف الصناعات إلى العروض والعمليات والعلاقات المتطورة رقمية. وفي قطاع التصنيع يعرف هذا التوجه بمصطلح الصناعة الرابعة أو الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، ويؤثر على تسلسل القيم بأكملها من التصميم وسلسلة التوريد والإنتاج والتسليم إلى خدمة العملاء. تسعى المملكة العربية السعودية جاهدة نحو أن تصبح قوة صناعية عالمية رائدة، ومن الضروري أن تسارع الشركات المصنعة في المملكة إلى تبني نموذج الثورة الصناعية من أجل تحقيق رؤيتنا الوطنية.
برنامج الإنتاجية الوطني هو إحدى مبادرات برنامج تطوير الصناعة الوطنية والخدمات اللوجستية ندلب، والذي يعنى بتحويل 100 مصنع إلى التحول الرقمي، وذلك من خلال وضع خطط تشغيلية وزيادة كفاءة الإنتاجية داخل هذه المصانع وتطبيق تقنيات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة.
يسر جنرال إلكتريك ديجيتال أن يكون لها شراكة في المملكة العربية السعودية مع البرنامج الوطني الإنتاجية في مدن. هذا راح يساعد كثير في موضوع القوة الصناعية للمملكة العربية السعودية. جنرال إلكتريك عمرها أكثر من 125 سنة وشاركت في جميع الثورات الصناعية الأربعة. جنرال إلكتريك في المملكة العربية السعودية عمرها أكثر من 80 سنة. وجود شركة جنرال إلكتريك ديجيتال الرائدة بتقنياتها في المملكة العربية السعودية مع الفرص المتاحة من البرنامج الوطني الإنتاجية في مدن راح يخلق فارق كبير جدا في الصناعة بالمملكة العربية السعودية.
تمر هذه المصانع بمراحل مختلفة من التقييم، مثل بناء المبادرات ونمذجة القيمة لفهم أثر التحول الرقمي على مستوى المؤسسة، ولضمان التنفيذ الناجح والاستدامة توضع أيضا خطة لتحقيق النتائج لمساعدة المصنع في تنفيذ خارطة الطريق الموضوعة. وستصبح هذه المصانع 100 منارات لتطبيق الثورة الصناعية الرابعة في بقية الأطراف العامل في المجال الصناعي.
للرقطان أكثر من 40 عاما من الخبرة في تقديم الحلول لصناعة الخدمات الغذائية في السعودية في المقام الأول ودول الخليج في المقام الثاني. أنشأنا مصنع ميران في عام 2015 لتغطية حاجة المجموعة المتزايدة في ضبط الجودة، تخفيض الأسعار، التحكم بسلسلة الإمداد. واليوم تطور المصنع إلى أبعد من ذلك. اليوم بدأنا نوفر حلول صناعية لقطاعات أخرى مثل النفط والغاز. التحول الرقمي هو مصير الصناعة ويبنى عليه المكاسب الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. ترجمتها مدن من خلال هذه المبادرة العظيمة اللي نقلتنا في وقت قصير جدا من الإيمان والرغبة إلى التنفيذ. عملنا مع مدن وجنرال إلكتريك ديجيتال وأجرينا تقييم مفصل عن الأعمال في الشركة. ركزنا على مجالين، المجال الأول هو التصميم والثاني الإنتاج. ركزنا في التصميم مثلا على أتمتة عملية التصميم، وفي الإنتاج كانت الأولوية هي ترقيم كل القطع لتصنيع ونقل المعلومات في خلال عملية الإنتاج. والفوائد كانت كبيرة جدا في وقت قصير. فلو نتكلم عن التصميم بحد ذاته، نسبة الأخطاء في العناصر القياسية هبطت إلى الصفر تقريبا، والأخطاء التي كانت تتكرر انتهت تماما. طبعا هذه البداية فقط، المستقبل أمامنا، نتخيل صناعة رقمية تماما قبل وخلال وبعد الإنتاج، وهذا ليس ما نطمح له، هذا هي أدوات المستقبل اللي نبني عليها ما نطمح له.
حضورنا الكرام، ننتقل معكم الآن إلى ثاني جلساتنا الحوارية في هذا المنتدى، حيث سيناقش المتحدثون في جلستنا التالية رؤية التحول في قطاع التصنيع في المملكة العربية السعودية. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو مدير الجلسة الأستاذ حمزة النقشبندي، المدير الإقليمي لشركة IDC في المملكة العربية السعودية ومملكة البحرين، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Check. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you once again to Modon for giving us the opportunity to be here at the Future Factory Show. It's a beautiful day in Riyadh, and if the weather managed to be believed, the future is cloudy. So, we've had some fantastic speeches in the morning, some very interesting panel discussions, some great insights around Industry 4.0, what it entails, some great success stories coming from Saudi Arabia showcased in the video. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, the future is very clear. I think we in the kingdom right now are sitting on the cusp of unprecedented transformation. We are building the cities of the future, the scale of which the modern world has not seen before. We are creating an industrial powerhouse, the nature of which is unparalleled. We are transforming not only the economy, but the entire kingdom, and with it, the entire world. So what I plan to do in the next 30 minutes or so is to have 3 key executive panelists who are a key part of this transformation share their views, their opinions, and their insights on what they believe lies ahead as Saudi Arabia further accelerates its transformation initiatives and creates a niche for itself as a global industrial powerhouse. That being said, it gives me immense pleasure, and I would request you to join me in welcoming on stage our first panelists, Engineer Khalid Al-Salim, the Director General of Modon. A big round of applause for Engineer Khalid. Engineer, welcome on board, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Ibrahim Al-Mojil, CEO of SIDF. A big round of applause for Dr. Ibrahim as well. Doctor, welcome on board. Thank you. Please, have a seat. And finally, last but not the least, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Ahmed Al-Thnayan, Deputy Minister for Technology, Industry, and Digital Capacities from the Ministry of Communication and IT. Doctor, thank you for being with us. Thank you. Salam. All right, gentlemen. We've heard some fantastic success stories this morning, I think, from the speech of His Excellency, the panel discussion, the videos. I wanted to, get your views about how you see this phenomenon of Industry 4.0 become mainstream within the kingdom. I want to, over the next 30 minutes, try to demystify the myth from reality, because, we live in the world of technology. A lot of jargons are, being formed and circulated. But let me get started with Engineer Khalid. Engineer Khalid, what are the major initiatives the government is undertaking to realize the kingdom's vision, especially for the industrial sector? If you could, start off by showcasing.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think we have a vision that it's challenging for the industry. We, as His Excellency said, we are starting the new ministry, and yet to be built in a way that implement the latest technology within the ministry. I heard him saying even if the ministry doesn't have any employees, it will be of interest to him. And he's putting a challenge to all of my colleagues in the industry sector to even bring this to reality. And it's ambition, I think can be done. We have seen changes in the government sector to realize technology. In the industry itself, as we heard from the panelists, I think it's a journey. It's not a destination to reach to Industry 4.0. And yet, with the global economy that it's happening, and maybe it's a challenge to invest more in the industrial sector, I think there is opportunities with the vision. Number one is the military sector. The military sector is very potential to expand in the industrial sector. The authority, GAMI, was officially, they have a speech to the media last week. And this is, we need investors, local and global, to really focus in that area. It is a green field here in Saudi Arabia, and we think this is a potential to contribute to the economy of the country. The other, I think, sectors that we are targeting, it's a transformation. It's totally new. For example, Ministry of Housing, they are always accelerating the new building technology, and we have seen the impact. We have seen it in Mudun with investments coming from abroad to invest in that area. This is another area that it is very, very potential to localize in Saudi Arabia and to contribute to the employment. From these two examples, I think the vision is a guiding principle for investors to really think about these transformational industries and come forward into that investment. Now, what we talk about today is it's really an industrial sector when it comes to Industry 4.0. It has hardware, it has software, and our partners from Ministry of Communication, they are always, and actually they are the initiator of localizing these technologies and these industries in Saudi Arabia, and we will be with our partner in SIDF, Saudi Industrial Development Fund, to localize these technologies. We will be always an enabler. We are part of the ministry ecosystem, and we will continue as an enabler and working with our colleagues from other authorities to realize the vision. As I say, there is targets set for the industrial sector. It is ambitious targets, and I think we need to work on it from now. I think still the challenge I see, we are not yet bringing more investments from our local investors in the technology itself. As Mr. Al-Ubaikan said, it starts with the owner, with the CEO, and I think this is something, and that's the idea of this forum, is really to discuss and have enlightening ideas about what is about the Industry 4.0, and have a belief from the owners to come forward and work together into the implementation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, Engineer Khalid. I think a couple of things you touched upon are very critical. I think the first thing was collaboration, breaking those silos, everybody coming together at a national level, to drive these initiatives. And also the other thing that you talked about is the need for change, to transformation. It's not a good to have thing anymore. I think this is a mandate. So that being said, I would like to move on to Dr. Ibrahim. Dr. Ibrahim, we saw in the video as well the very ambitious NPP program. So a lot of different aspects to it. But I would like to understand from you, how do you think initiatives such as the NPP will contribute to achieving the vision that Engineer Khalid spoke about?
Thank you for the question. Allow me to build upon what my dear Wazid said, that we have a new ministry with a new vision. And the minister always emphasizes that the clearest goal for this ministry now is to make the industrial sector the most attractive sector for investors. And how do we achieve that? We have two main trends that are changing manufacturing globally. Scale is losing to customization, and cheap labor is losing to automation. What does that mean? That means that we have an opportunity to leapfrog in a place like Saudi, where all the enablers are available. For us, we are, I would say, one of the few economies, as His Excellency mentioned in his speech, where Industry 4.0 fits our labor composition. We are looking for high-value job opportunities. We don't mind reducing the cheap labor in the country, because for us, it's mostly imported. So this is an opportunity that does not exist, and we don't have the resistance that a lot of economies would have when we move into more value-add jobs through Industry 4.0. To enable that, there are a multitude of initiatives, like the NPP, the collaboration that we have between Mudun, KAXT, and SIDF and others is there. We've announced earlier in the year a 3 billion Riyal loan program, in addition to other programs amounting to more than 4 billion Riyals to support part of NIDLIP, to support productivity in general. What we work with now, and the main challenge, is that we need to work together with the private sector. The government took a step forward. The government is there to support. The government's role is to enable, but the leader has to be the private sector. The leader of this transformation has to come from the private sector. And if the programs that we are offering are not sufficient, we're working closely with our partners in the private sector to update them, but that lead should come from the private sector.
Absolutely. No, they're very well articulated, Doctor, and and I think Saudi Arabia is very uniquely placed, where we believe that for the first time in modern history, the national level initiatives that are outlined by the ambitious Vision 2030 and the technology disruption that we're seeing is joined at the hip. Generally the technology is not ready, but the countries are transforming, or the countries are transforming, and vice versa. But I think right now in Saudi Arabia, as you said, the opportunity to leapfrog legacy is probably going to be a key differentiator as we continue our diversification drive. So talking about technology, Doctor, I think it's, we would like to, being a big advocate of digital transformation in the kingdom, how important, based on what you've heard and seen, how important do you think digital transformation is specifically for the industrial sector?
First of all, I would like to thank our colleagues in Mudun and Ministry of Energy and Mining for organizing such a great event. And I will start from where His Excellency Engineer Pandar ended. Technology and digitization, it's not luxury anymore. It's become a necessity. And if you look around with the technology advancement, technology has impacted all aspects of our life. Today, we are in Vision 2030, and Saudi Arabia is undertaking one of the most ambitious and largest economical reform and societal development, which is Vision 2030 with all its VRBs. If we look at the vision and its VRBs, definitely digitization is key enabler, and Industry 4.0 is the driving force, fueled by data, and it's allowing new innovative business model that were not viable before. If we look at the industry sector, as my colleague Mr. Abdullah Al-Bekan mentioned, there are different business models that were not viable before, and it's viable now with Industry 4.0. So if you look at smart fleet management, digital twin, if you look at virtual manufacturing that allow you to reduce waste, all of this has impacted the industry. Of course, it has to be, as he mentioned, business-driven, not technology-driven. But this technology allow this new business model. And numbers is talking about minimal of 20% impact in productivity, efficiency, and it's talking about, for example, 4 times reduce of waste. So all these business models were not applicable before, and with the advancement of technology, we can employ this for improving the productivity. In MCIT, we work closely with the ministry as well with the NIDL program and with our colleagues in Modern as well as in SIDF to promote digitization and technology adoption. Recently, the Council of Ministers has approved ambitious ICT strategy that enable all sectors and VRPs. So we start with the first enable connectivity. So we're building tomorrow's foundations for connected and innovative Saudi. So at the level of consumer, we managed to connect around 1 million over the past year and a half. And we managed to improve the speed. And our rank has improved from 105. Last 2 days, the last report, it was 22 or 23. And we are approaching to be among the top 20 soon. So we are exceeding even 2020 target now. And this came with partnership with private sector. And for the manufacturing sector, we have already started connecting 5 cities. And as we speak, around 1,100 factories are connected. And hopefully, inshallah, more cities will come in the way. The second pillar, we are working also in building the right skills to develop the solutions and operate it. So we have managed to train around 17,000, above 4,000 of them in emerging technology like AI and IoT, which will be needed heavily by the industrial sector. And we are also working on attracting multinational companies as well as building local capabilities in local companies and incentivizing entrepreneurs to work in these sectors. And hopefully, inshallah, soon we can announce a joint initiative with Modern and with the ministry where we deploy a sort of a virtual marketplace that allow affordable digital solutions for the manufacturing sector. Hopefully, inshallah, we can announce this soon. And it will be followed by advanced solutions where it can be employed also within the same marketplace.
Excellent. I think, thank you so much, Doctor, for shedding light on that. Clearly, a lot of synergies, a lot of, coming together. Let me very quickly move to Dr. Ibrahim. Dr. Ibrahim, based on what you heard, these, the technology playing the enabling part, what do you think these technologies, what kind of opportunity would they represent for the manufacturers, for the factories? Because at the end of the day, at a ground level, what kind of advantage would it give these people?
So I see the opportunities building in what Dr. Ahmed Thnayan mentioned, where we can transform into a new business model.
Yeah.
And the key distinction, one of my colleagues mentioned it in SIDF, that many of the investors think of this as a cost item. This is an investment, not a cost item. You should be investing in your future productive self. The opportunity now, with all the changes and the support the government has extended, whether with the new regulation on labor cost or energy cost and what have you, there is an opportunity to direct those savings into investing to be more productive. Investing in energy efficiency, investing in digitization and digitalization and automation, and benefit from the new business models that you see. The success cases we heard earlier today from Abekan, or the video with Abekan and Raqtan, highlight how you can think of this as a long-term investment. To support that, the government is available, whether the initiatives from the ministry or Modern or the financing from SIDF. Our program, Tanafusiyya, is made for that reason. We extended that we give you 2-year drawdown period, 2-year grace period, a minimum of 7 years repayment. This is all in all 11 years minimum, at 2% fixed rate, cheaper than cyber. Financing up to 75% of the cost of the digitization, automation, or energy efficiency, including the software licenses that you use. So we encourage not only the manufacturers, but also the digital partners, the Siemens, the GE, to leverage this financing and sell it to their clients, and we are there to enable them.
Fantastic. That's a great perspective. Engineer Khalid, now, obviously you mentioned at the beginning that this is a journey, and as with every journey, we expect some challenges. I mean, so far we've heard about the opportunities. This sounds really fantastic, but realistically, I'm sure there are challenges. What do you think in this journey could be the obstacles, and from your experience, how can we overcome them to ensure that the vision remains on track?
Okay, don't put me the guy who is bringing the negatives, but I think it's always in life we'll have the challenges, but we have seen the successes, and with the great effort, I think one of the concepts that, and I hope we can have it as an outcome from this event, is the belief from the CEO and the owner on that transformation. And it needs effort, it needs change and culture inside the factories, it needs investments. It's not about the equipment and the investment. I think there is big transformation in the people inside the factories. If we want our industry to be really competitive globally, we need to make this change. And to tell now global companies, from my visits with His Excellency the Minister and even the royal visits, they are interested to invest in Saudi Arabia. They are coming. And I think the existing factories need to upgrade to be competitive. It's not a choice. I think it's a decision need to be made. It will be very important to make this decision early on. I think the challenge, number one, as I said, the transformation and the culture. The second, you are open to the global. Now, the country is becoming more open. The market here is not for only existing factories. There is other factories will come, will be constructed, maybe on Industry 4.0 concept, and will be reaping the benefit in the medium term. Therefore, we encourage even the local producers to really start the journey with us. We are here. All the partners, we brought them, and they have the booths. They can, even with the team, discuss in details if there is a feedback, and let's start the journey. The other thing is I see, which is really support from the government, from the decision maker, from His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed, and that transformation. And he requested NIDLIB to have a target and to reach. They did, thankfully, benchmark with targets of other global countries that they are advanced with the Industry 4.0, and he wants us to be on the top 10 or top 5 and that by 2030. It's a challenge, and therefore I think we need to utilize this support from the decision makers to implement it in a shorter time. We have the ability, companies are available, the expertise, local successes, we have it, and I think now it's all upon the decision of the owners to start this journey.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that pragmatic view. I think it's no surprise that the goals that have been set are very ambitious, in a way that they will disrupt the way we operate, as government entities, as factories, as the industrial sector. There has been a massive disruption. But
maybe just to add, we are also working with KAXT, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, to build capability centers and the three main industrial cities. The first one we are starting now in Riyadh 2, We will start, since they are ahead of us, we will have the ready-built factories, 2 factories. We will open it together, and they will show some technologies and the Industry 4.0, 3D printing and others. It will be a showcase in the industrial city, and it will follow that they will build their own area. It will be really a starting even for other technology companies to come and invest in the industrial cities for having their offices and support functions closer to the factories, and that's very important because it needs day-to-day consultation, understanding, and maybe changing cultures within factories.
Thank you for that. Before we come to the closing comments, I have one question where I would like to get the views of of all the panelists. Maybe we can start with you, Dr. Ahmed. Doctor, how do you think we can work together more closely to accelerate this journey? Clearly time is not on our side. The targets are very ambitious. The market is very dynamic. So how do you think we can all come together and accelerate this journey? How is MCIT helping in that part?
Okay. Today we have one vision that unifies us all. Under the leadership of NIDL program, all these initiatives being unified, all stakeholders are there working together as one team, and we are putting all levers, all incentives, all enablers for under the leadership of the sector itself. So when you talk about the industry, it's under the leadership of the industrial leadership themselves. So they're leading all entities, they are working and supporting them. So we're working together as one team, putting all incentives. We are studying the market, we are assessing the pains that currently the industry is suffering. In turn, for example, in our side, the technology aspects, we identify issues with connectivity. That's why we initiate an initiative with Modern and with the Ministry of Industry and Mining to cover this gap. We identify issues also in attracting some multinational companies. So we are attracting these multinational companies that will help in implementing the solutions. We are working also on localizing. We are working on all the enablers, legislations, awareness, you name it. So we are unifying our efforts under one umbrella to enable the sector. Also, there is a partnership from private sector. So when you talk about connectivity, we have private sector working with us. It's not the government is doing. Government is putting some subsidy, but the private sector is the one is going and deploying in all the industrial cities. Same thing in the digital solutions. We have now some pilots with some leading companies, and hopefully soon, inshallah, we're gonna establish this virtual marketplace, and with the support with our colleagues in SIDF, we're gonna have all the incentives attracting, I would say, technology providers to go and invest. We have a promising sector, and we hope, inshallah, Saudi Arabia will be also a gate to deploy these solutions, not only in the region, but also globally.
Inshallah, inshallah. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Ibrahim, would you like to add to that? From your perspective, what could we do to, further accelerate and come together as one?
I think this is the beauty of Vision 2030, that we're working under one direction, one umbrella. For us here, it's the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. And I remember in the launch of it, one of the leading members of the private sector mentioned that the opportunity is there for the private sector who takes the lead. Today, the equation is different. The government is not going to lead the transformation, but the opportunity is there for the private sector to come and say, I will lead, I will create that many exports, that much exports, that many jobs. What I need is 1, 2, 3. And the government is willing to work together from different ministries, different organizations to enable that success. Our KPI is your success. Our goal is your goals. We encourage you all to take the lead in doing what you see is fit to achieve the goals of 2030.
Fantastic, fantastic. Engineer Khalid, any closing comments from you? I would like to have, if you have one thing that you'd like the audience to go back with after this, what would you like to share?
I think just one thing is to take note of. Mudun is part of the ecosystem. We started this event, but expected to see other entities also to have other events regarding Industry 4.0. We are all one. You will see MCIT, you will see SIDF, Mudun, other maybe Royal Commission or industrial clusters. We'll see different entities talking about it. It's a journey that we wanted to take off. The second, I think, for the government sector is to implement all of this also technology within the government sector. It's very, very important. We are starting this journey in Mudun. My objective, I hope, to show to my boss, the minister, to see a dashboard live about Mudun, how it's doing. I don't go and say everything is good, then somebody complain. He will see everything in his screen. And this is my ambition really to do. We are moving in that direction. And hopefully within a year, I have my IT manager there. We missed this year, but it's next year to do it. This is, if we want to transformation, I think we are doing it, we are seeing it in Mudun. We are freeing time for our people to innovate and to develop rather than to operate. This is in a government sector. I'm saying, how about the factory?
Exactly.
And very important that this to be taken, that we want this transformation to happen. We are also moving with the smart cities. We are starting with the MAM2. Our ambition is to also transform all of our cities into smart cities with collaboration of our MCIT. And the idea is we need a feedback also from our private, what need to be smart. We went through survey with them. We target certain applications that it is having an impact, direct impact to our investors within the industrial cities. This is technology impact that we can see and they will see in the near future.
Thank you so much, Engineer Khalid. And the IT guy, no pressure. Fantastic. Dr. Ibrahim, some closing comments from you.
Let's please work together to make the manufacturing sector in Saudi the most advanced one in the region, at least in the region.
Dr. Ahmed?
It is a business-led transformation. Think big and start small, then leapfrog. And there is a great support right now from the government under leadership of NIDLE program. So just start and we'll support you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. In the interest of time and the caffeine levels going down, we'll break now. But ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding the panelists for what I thought was a great discussion. Thank you so much.
إذن كل الشكر للأستاذ حمزة النقشبندي المدير الإقليمي لشركة IDC في المملكة العربية السعودية ومملكة البحرين، ولمتحدثين هذه الجلسة الكرام على هذه المعلومات وهذا الحديث الشيق. شكرا جزيلا. الآن حضورنا الكرام نشهد معكم هذا العرض التقديمي حول بناء مصنع المستقبل المدعوم بالبيانات. اسمحوا لي أن أرحب على المنصة بالسيد مايكل نيومان نائب الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة سيمنز السعودية.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. This morning, for the last bit of this morning, I'll be showing you a glimpse of the future factory. It's powered by data. It's powered by excellence. would be... It would be powered by excellence if the toy would work. If you could switch to the next slide, it'd be useful. The presentation's in three main parts. We're going to look at the effect of digitalization on business. You'll see that it started in the consumer world and is now infectious inside the business world. We'll take a look at the digitalization in factories themselves, but then, more important, we'll look at one or two examples of how that's really happened. So small examples, practical examples. So again, next slide, please. In this hall, we have a legacy. We have young people, we have people with more experience. And if we look back 30 years ago, the 1990s, the times I still remember, many of you shall remember, the world was not so digital. We still had communication based on landlines, telephones, connected to wires. It wasn't very mobile. We had shopping, research, looking for goods, looking for products, purchasing. We had that very much online. We had it offline. We had it very much on a paper exercise. And then when we were traveling, it was very, very much a paper-laden exercise. We move on. We then move to the 10 years later. We're suddenly into mobile, very important, mobile communication. The mobile communication was voice, it was not so much data. Data was in its infancy. When it gets to the world of shopping, the world of the beginning of commerce online, Google was coming online, Amazon was coming online, and we were able to do this at that time. Travel was still very much in the domain of paper. Then we jump 10 years ahead again. Next slide, please. And things have exploded. Today, most of you are still playing with your phones right now. You are connected to data. And that connection to data is everything. You are able to see things online. You're able to interact online. We're able to do things online. That capability to do things online is basically driven by a massive consumer base. And this massive consumer base is the key that's driving everything. We see here some impressive statistics, but these statistics basically just show that digital technologies is evolving at an incredible pace. The basis has been the consumer base. New users, new applications are evolving by the minute. And the digital technologies are now moving very strongly into industry. So this massive data that people like Facebook have generated have driven artificial intelligence in the basically analysis of that data. And all this capability is now there for the benefit of industry, for the benefit of a digital factory, for future manufacturing. Oops. Yep. So this transition is basically the economic benefits are now moving into business, into manufacturing. It's been a transition, it's taken a few years, we're ready to move very, very quickly. And we see here a little bit on the left, it's very much the economics of the digital world. The digital technologies are applying now to industry. The middle is very much the examples of business to business. We thank the commerce of business to consumer. And then on the right-hand side, we see the commercial impact that's now happening. So it's now available, it's ready to go, and the economies of scale are there, it's given. This is a little difficult, but it's easy. What we have is two sets of industry. We have the industry, if you're looking at it on the left, is the reform of existing business. It's industrial 3 factories, existing technologies. They're doing things in a much, much more efficient way by the application of industrial 4 technologies. So the design is moving away from simple computer-aided design to real digital engineering design, absolute optimized products. The world of manufacturing is highly optimized. Equipment efficiencies are way up on what they used to be or could be. The world of waste is going down incredibly. We are basically building existing legacy factories to perfection. On the other side, on the right-hand side, we see basically the way to unlock new opportunities. It's basically not the legacy factory. This is where Saudi Arabia can leapfrog the legacy of some of the world. Basically, it's the use of digital engineering to make products which we could not make before. 5 years ago, we couldn't make them. Digital technologies allow us to do this. Modeling allows us to do this. We'll see an example later. We see that the additive manufacturing allows us to manufacture this. We couldn't do this 5 years ago. So it's a very strong evolution. We see business-to-business aspects evolving, where design online, selection online, directly straight into manufacturing, delivery straight from manufacturing. The whole supply chain is revolutionized. So we see some very, very strong changes happening, which are now possible, which weren't possible 5 years ago. We're not talking 30 years, we're talking a few years. Thank you. So we're now going to look at some of the effects of digitalization in factories. And in transiting to that, we can look at one video briefly. So one video, please.
I'm here for you. I take care of you. I give you the things you desire, things you enjoy, but above all, things you need to live. It really wasn't all that easy in the beginning. But I've always moved with the times and got better. From hard manual labor to steam power, then to electricity and automation. Now, I'm standing on a solid foundation. Yet I can't rest on it. I have to keep adapting. So I'm changing even further. I am becoming digital. I create images of myself in the virtual world. With these digital twins, I try out things and optimize myself before becoming real. I gather volumes of data to see how I can make myself even better. I am industry. And I want to get smarter, more flexible, more productive, more efficient, more secure, and far more personalized. But nobody can do it alone. I rely on a strong partnership between technology providers, suppliers, and users. I need people who understand exactly how I function, who exploit previously unimaginable potential with cutting-edge technologies. People who will accompany me on the path to the digital future.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
So, thank you. The world of Siemens and manufacturing. Siemens is a very large organization. We have worldwide over 100 factories, significantly more than 100 factories. Those factories are not just production sites. They're design sites, they're development sites, they're manufacturing sites. They're also centers of excellence where we have to apply those products. So everything we talk about here, we do. We do it ourselves. We use our own products, we use our own tools, we make things happen. We know what's real, we know what's not real. We have successes, we have some, I wouldn't say failures, but things go a little slower sometimes. So we're good at this. We basically, can we go back one, please? Thank you. We basically see that we increase our flexibility enormously. Moving to batch sizes of 1 in discrete manufacturing is an absolute necessity. Moving from process control, where we have to reduce by minimum batch sizes down by factors of 50, are just given. It's very normal. The time to market, every product we design is now designed in a digital engineering way. It's engineered digitally. It's tested digitally. It's proven digitally. It's put into production digitally. It's proven in production, then reality. And we feed that all back again. And we have to do this basically to increase the speed to our markets. We have to decrease our costs considerably This is a must, this is given. This is not a hobby, it's an absolute necessity. And we see, whoops, can we go back again? And then we also do our commissioning. Our commissioning is a very strong part of it. This is where all the mistakes in development have now coming through. So our virtual commissioning is key to getting it right. So our, the plant, the capital is being spent, the plant's not functioning. Virtual commissioning is real use of capital. We have to get this right. So now we move to the next one. Security. It's been mentioned this morning. It's a critical path. It's something where our mindset has changed over many years. When I started many years ago, cybersecurity wasn't even talked about. We didn't need it. We basically were living on the 1990s there, 1980s. We were living in small, isolated communities, factories cut off from each other. Everything was isolated. There was no real data security threat. We then transition. We move into closed networks. We start becoming hackable. Yeah? We start becoming a bit more vulnerable. And we start now moving into the industrial Internet of Things. The way we consider security has changed drastically. We don't just harden systems, we embed security into the absolute ecosystem of any new system. It's there, we don't talk about it, we do it from the very, very beginning. You can't retrofit security. You have to have it from the very, very beginning. And that's why all our systems are encrypted from the very, very source of data. So we don't talk about security of data, we embed it. And this is absolutely more and more necessary as the world is networked. So the next one. The technologies we're applying in the world are enormous. These are some of the key technologies here. Robotic process automation. Robotic process automation isn't a physical robot. It basically means if I have a repetitive task, maybe I can train a machine learning algorithm to do it on my behalf. I don't need to do it anymore. I check for the last 10% mistakes, but nothing else. We look at the blockchain. Blockchain is not about security, it's not about sending secure data, it's about validating data to make sure it's arrived absolutely correctly. Augmented reality, vital depending upon the industry you're in. Digital twin, key across the board. When we talk about digital twin, we talk about digital product twins. We talk about digital process twins. We talk about digital production twins. There's very many digital twins, and we have to get them all right to go from design all the way through to production. We look at additive manufacturing. It's a manufacturing in its own right. It's also an augmentation to existing manufacturing. The volumes are still done, shall we say, traditionally, but the detail, some of the finer things, some of the beauty is done in additive. Then data analytics, not to be underestimated. This data is enormous. The value in the data is enormous. But to get that data, we need very good analytics to find that goodness. And again, the next. This was raised a few times. Where does change management start? It starts at the top. If the top doesn't believe it, if the CEO doesn't believe it, no one's going to change it. The shop floor enthusiasm doesn't make the difference. The CEO has to believe it, and it has to happen. And next to the CEO, he needs to have the right talent and the right structure to carry it through. So this is fundamental, driven from the top, and the ability inside the organization. If the ability is not inside the organization, you can approach major companies and they'll work with you. But look for the practical people, don't look for the theoretical people. People who've done it is very important. Doing it is more difficult than talking about it. So before we look at two examples of digitalization in factories, true examples of what's really happened, we'll see one more video, please. We apply digital techniques in a very large environment. The style of digital techniques we apply are very application dependent. It needs domain knowledge. So today we're going to look at two examples. The first example just looks at very basically application of artificial intelligence, data analysis, to look for goodness in data to solve a very simple problem, but a very effective. Then in the second example, we're going to look at additive design. We're going to look at design specifically which can use the beauty of additive manufacturing to make something really good. You'll see, you'll be surprised. So the next one, please. We have a factory in Hamburg in Germany. It's one of the world's finest factories. It's an amazing place. It's automized, it's heavily digitalized, and it's industrial 4.0 pure. Everything is perfect as we can envision it. We apply it. This factory basically makes boards, electronic circuit boards. It makes them by the tens of thousands in parallel manufacturing processes. Boards are made in large-scale setups and then cut to size. So this cutting to size is a critical problem because the cutting is a physical process, and the physical process sometimes goes wrong. So basically, if a cutting machine fails, the production stops. Very, very simple, cutting. Nothing fancy, cutting. The dust of the cutting gets into the bearings, ultimately, of the rotating machines, of the cutting machines. And this failure causes basically production failure, causes production stop. We don't mind failure if we can predict it and we can know exactly when to replace things before it goes wrong in production. So by looking at the torque at the shaft, looking at the diverse operating environments of that cutting head, we can now predict with 2 days warning when a cutting head will start to fail. And that basically allows us to reduce our failures to zero. We have no more failures. We predict, we replace, production is never stopped. And although it's, the 200,000 euros may not sound like a large sum of money, if you have 100 such initiatives running in a factory, that really adds up. So the next one, please. Basically, it uses a mass of data coming from the machine, which is then analyzed. We're looking for a tiny anomaly inside this mass of data to be able to predict when things happen. And so we can predict things 2 days ahead. It may look very unsexy, but if you're the production manager, no surprises is everything. The next one, please. We spoke about, this morning in one of the panel discussions, the first panel discussion, it spoke about AI. It spoke about where analysis is done. It spoke about edge computing. Again, in this sort of application, there's a mass of data generated on the shop floor. We don't want to send that mass of data into a cloud. It's enormous transmission, it's an enormous amount of data. So basically, yes, the learning is done on the cloud, but once the learning has been done on the cloud and we know exactly how to analyze, that capability is put back down into the edge on the machine itself. So the data is generated in large quantities at the machine. The data is analyzed at the machine. The world of the IoT system, they can be switched off. They have no more effect. The analysis is done at high-level systems, but the application is at the field. Again, next, please. Digital enterprise, digital engineering, how to manufacture things, how to design things. The design, very, very specific. We're going to look at one unique case now. The next slide, please. There's many steps in manufacturing. We basically, first of all, have to design, how to design. We basically don't design by hand. We don't like to design by hand. We're limited by our minds. We're limited by our imagination. We let the machine do the design. We come with some very surprising results, very positive results. Next slide, please. This is a printer. This is made by Hewlett-Packard. The printer is an additive printer, and basically the speed of printing is very much limited by the cooling. Inside it gets hot. And so it has a cooling arrangement on the printing head itself. So the more you can cool the head, the faster you can print, the higher the productivity of the machine. The original cooling part of the machine was As you can see there, a picture of about 6 pieces, lots of bits of plastic added together to make one air duct. Now, this was the limiting factor of getting speed. So then, go to the next slide. We give the job of design to basically a computer-aided engineering tool. We use fluid dynamics, we use convergent technologies. It runs thousands of what-if iterations. It looks for optimums, and it comes out with a shape that looks like this. No human would have come up with a shape. It's an impossibly difficult shape, a very imaginative shape. To manufacture that shape, only additive techniques can do this. Normal manufacturing techniques can't do this. Normal design techniques couldn't come up with this. Next slide, please. So we prove the prototype. We show that it works. We look at the design. We make sure the design that's manufactured is actually suitable for manufacturing, not that the wall thickness is too thin or something stupid. Next slide, please. Things are not manufactured one piece at a time. They're manufactured in batches. So you maximize utilization of a machine. Again, we use modeling tools to basically set up the manufacturing of those machines to an optimum. And then next slide. And when it goes into serial production, we know exactly which machine has to make what at what time, and it's very, very highly automated, very, very efficient. So again, next slide. So what comes out of all this is there's a cost saving, 34% on $60-odd, don't mind. 22% improved productivity just by increasing the airflow. That's the money. That's where the money lies. So it's a very simple job, but very effective. So we've just seen 2 examples where things are simple, but the effects are very significant. And that's what it's all about. It's not about the huge one big step. It's about the multiple hundreds of steps all adding up. Next slide, please. The world of digitalization, the world of digital engineering, the world of a future factory, the world of data, it depends very much upon the domain. So the conversations we will have in any one industry will be significantly different to any other industry. The challenges change, the materials change, the outputs change, the KPIs change, everything changes. So having domain experts, subject matter experts is key. Having technology without knowledge is worthless. You cannot apply it. So we are able now, due to our very broad engineering base, in a very broad company, we now have this expertise. We have the standard tools. The tools are fairly common, but the knowledge of application of those tools is very, very unique. And this is a key. This is a great advantage. The next one, please. This world of digital design, it provides a wealth of knowledge. It provides a quality of employment. It provides knowledge. Everything which is ideal for the kingdom. The legacy of manufacturing of something that's happened, should we say, in Europe or America in 50 years, which China has done in 20, 30 years. We don't need this. We can jump over this legacy and go straight to the stuff we need. And this is why it's so ideal for the kingdom. The kingdom's able and willing to embrace this. And now we'll close on one final video, I hope. If you could jump to the next video.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it.
شكرا للسيد مايكل نيومان على هذا العرض التقديمي الجميل. حضورنا الكرام، اسمحوا لي الآن أن أدعو إلى المنصة الأستاذ المهندس هشام بهكلي، الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة GE المملكة العربية السعودية والبحرين، فليتفضل مشكورا. الآن حضورنا الكرام نصل إلى لحظة مهمة في هذا المنتدى، حيث قامت شركة IDC بوضع دراسة حالة عن برنامج الإنتاجية الوطني للإنتاجية الخاص بمدن، والذي تنفذه شركة GE ديجيتال. ولإطلاق هذه الدراسة بشكل رسمي اسمحوا لي أن أدعو أيضا إلى المنصة سعادة المهندس خالد بن محمد السالم مدير مدن لاستلام هذه الدراسة من المهندس هشام بهكلي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة GE. إذن كل الشكر لكل من سعادة المهندس خالد بن محمد السالم مدير عام مدن والأستاذ هشام بهكلي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة GE. ونستكمل معكم الآن فقرات هذا المنتدى، حيث ننتقل إلى متحدثنا التالي السيد جو جيرستل مدير أول إدارة المنتجات بشركة GE ديجيتال، والذي سيقدم لنا عرضا عن إنترنت الأشياء في مصنع المستقبل. فليتفضل مشكورا. Please welcome Mr. Joe Gerstel.
Okay, thanks for having me, guys. Introduced me earlier. I'm the director of product management for manufacturing products and from GE Digital. So I'm really happy to be here to talk to you guys today. So do we have the slides? Can we flip the slides up? Thank you. You're going to have to do them yourself. Thank you. So GE Digital's been in business for quite some number of years. We've been doing this about 20 plus years in automation and MES. So we have a lot of experience out there. We have 18,000 customers, plus 18,000 customers, and this is not just factories. This is customers with multiple factories. So we have a lot of experience in this, and we have a lot of customers out there. In fact, 18,000 includes GE Digital, GE itself, our business units, so aviation, power, renewables, and it adds up to about 300,000 users every day, concurrent users of our software. So a lot of times I'm asked by customers, this digital transformation stuff sounds great, and I think I need it, but where do I start? And where do I focus when I get started? So these are the kind of things that you get inundated with. This is not easy to do. It's simply not an easy thing to digitally transform your business, especially in industry. And these are some of the factors that you deal with, right? So silos. A lot of times you have multiple systems. Many times they overlap, or they don't talk to each other at all. That's a big problem. A lot of other soft factors here. Human errors, aging workforce. This is a big issue for us in North America in terms of a lot of really senior folks are leaving the workforce, and we have to replace them with younger folks that have a totally different perspective on the world. It makes it challenging in terms that you may have not thought of. So go to the next slide, please. That's the next slide. You're going backwards. Okay, thanks. So again, where do I focus? You know, there's a lot of questions out here. What are the things that I need to look at? These are the shiny objects, frankly, right? So digital transformation includes things like AI, digital twins, dealing with augmented reality, things like that. These are all great and wonderful things, and you definitely want to head that direction. One of the things that we find is this takes a lot of data. It takes a considerable amount of data to make this a reality and make this happen and make this stuff powerful for you. So go to the next slide. So but these are a couple of key trends that we're seeing in the industry that really go along with digitalization and where you're moving in forward. So a lot of customers now are focused on traceability and sustainability. So in terms of you know, reusing recycled goods and that sort of thing, but also really understanding where your products are going. This is important for regulated industries like food and beverage, pharmaceuticals, et cetera. It's also important for jet engines, for example, at GE that we produce, to understand what parts went into that. In today's world, there's a factory that I'm working with that has a build book. They call it a build book. It's about this big, and it contains all the information of what went into a particular product that they're making. They want to digitize that, obviously, because it's really hard to look through that data. So traceability and sustainability is a big part of what they're looking to do. And this is not just about understanding, you know, where your products went, but it's guaranteeing your authenticity of your products, that you actually made the product, and it's not a knockoff. Mobile technology. What we talk about here, again, that aging workforce, or even just any workforce, as you guys bring your young people into the industry, they expect certain things, right? We all have a cell phone. Everyone in this audience has a cell phone. Probably all of you have tablets too. Maybe some of you right now have those tablets with you. The point is, it's important for us to provide the technology that the customer, in your case, the customer being the operator, really needs to do their job well, and we'll talk about some more of that. And then advanced analytics. Once you have all this data, once it's there in your system and it's digital, the ability to go after it and really go deep into what it means. We saw some of this from my colleagues here earlier about taking advantage of the deep knowledge and the deep data that you have. Go to the next slide. Okay, so how does really, you know, going digital help? What does it mean to do that? First, we start with operations, and it's really about giving that operator the tools they need to do their job, and really diving into the information that they're gathering, but also giving them a way to do that very easily. And this could also come from the equipment, right? So speaking to the equipment, the ability to pull up that data, bring it in. The equipment's generating tons of information, and that information could be very useful to what you're trying to do. It is very useful, in fact, to what you're trying to do. Once you have that data, you can actually start to analyze it. You can start to pull out bits of gold from the information that you're gathering, and it can seem like it can seem hard at first, but with the digital technologies, it makes it much easier and much more efficient to do that mining of the core information. And then this is where the magic happens in Optimize. So once you have that data, once you're able to see trends and understand maybe things you couldn't understand before simply because you didn't have access to the data to do it, optimization comes in, and it really also ties in the closed loop control. So once you can optimize, you can actually tell your equipment or tell your operator, whichever it makes sense, that they need to change something about what they're doing right now in order to save quality or reduce downtime or whatever it might be. This is really key and important. Next slide. So let me tell you about a couple of situations, a couple of customers that we work with that have made these digital transformations, and it's made a huge difference. So the first one I would talk about is Procter & Gamble. So if you've shaving cream, shampoo, diapers, cleaning products, you may even have some of these products in your home today from Procter & Gamble. They're a big customer of ours. They've been working with us for years on digital transformation, and they are ahead of the game. Procter & Gamble really is we call them a customer of one because they do things that nobody else has thought of before. And some of the things they're doing with us are putting out mobile technology and putting it in the hands of the people that actually make the decisions on the shop floor. So they have actually a plant in the United States that has all iPads. Every operator, every supervisor has an iPad. So they can wander around the factory and work on the things they need to work on right there when they're in front of the equipment or when they're talking with the supervisor. Supervisor can bring up a dashboard that helps them understand, hey, which of my operators are having problems? Where do I need to focus my time? Very valuable for them to be able to walk around up to an operator and say, show me what's going on right here. So it's extremely useful to them. And it makes teamwork and collaboration much more effective when you can put people together. Obviously, anytime you can do that, it makes it much more efficient and effective. Go to the next slide. Now, P&G didn't stop there. They have also about 100 plants that run our software used to make their products, and they needed to see that data from an enterprise perspective. So instead of just seeing one plant at a time, the ability to bring that up to the corporate level and be able to see across the corporation all that data was really important to them. So we worked with them to co-develop a tool that is now in the market called Predix Manufacturing Data Cloud. What this is, what they call it actually, is their enterprise manufacturing system of record. So everything that happens in their manufacturing facilities is in that cloud, and they can do now they can do analytics across the enterprise, right? Understand which factories are doing better, which lines are doing better. Think about it, if you had, let's say you have a factory here in Riyadh, and you have a factory maybe on the coast, on the Gulf. And what if you made the same product in each of those factories, right? What if you could actually compare those factories and understand who's making that product better? Maybe you made the product on the coast because you have to ship it. So it made sense, right, to make it over there. Turns out Riyadh's making it much better. Now, why is that? Well, we don't know yet. It could be because the teams have made some changes to the process that make it more efficient, or it could just be that the environment in Riyadh is better and they're really able to make that product better. Well, it turns out that transportation costs are so cheap that you can actually make it in Riyadh and ship it to the Gulf for less than you can make it on the Gulf side. So those are the kind of things, the insights that you can learn from the data that you just really, it would be very hard to learn that without your enterprise data together in one place. Go to the next slide. So here's another company that you probably know, that partner of ours out in the area out here. They have a booth. This is Obican, and they have implemented our software at their factories, and it is providing significant value throughout the factory. So in terms of productivity and customer delight, these are two big things that came out of this. And also the engagement of the employee. In fact, they went so far as to take that to the next level with some additional things they actually put on top of our software. So the things you see out there are actually running using some of our data as well as some other data to show the employee engagement and really help the employee do better and identify, actually incentivize them based on their bonus to do better by capturing this data that we're able to provide for them. And then it also allowed them, I like to call it the hidden line, right? So if you're inefficient in your factories, if you're not running as well as you could be, perhaps you're using too much raw material, perhaps your machines are too slow, whatever it might be, oftentimes when we implement our software, we find out there's a hidden line, right? There's a line that you didn't even know you had because you could recover the capacity that was in the existing lines that you had. So this saves capital costs, a huge difference. In their case, they were able to start making new products based on the fact that they had more capacity. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Intel. Intel they are fanatical about efficiency and waste. And that is because in the semiconductor industry, it is extremely expensive to have waste on wafer boards and chips. So what they did, they worked with us to develop some predictive software that actually watches a piece of the equipment called the fan filter unit, and identifies when the fan is about to fail. And again, we reduce downtime significantly, in fact, in many situations completely, because they were able to identify before that fan went out that it needed to be replaced. The uptime, unplanned downtime disappeared and increased uptime by over 97%. And this is interesting too, in that Intel wants to take this to the market. So they're a builder of circuit boards and chips, and they actually want to take this to the semiconductor industry. So we're partnering with them to bring this and their OEMs to put this kind of technology into their machines at the OEM level and then bring it out across the entire semiconductor industry. So it's not just about them. It's not just about improving their product, but it's about disrupting the entire semiconductor industry, because they're able to take that technology and move it forward. So they have a whole new value stream, a whole new business stream based on that data that that product that they were able to develop with us. So next slide. So, it comes down to, where do you start then? What's the plan? I think there's one of the things we talked about today that was talked about the panel, that I think is, if it's not obvious, it should be, that you have to have buy-in from your CEO or your owners. It's really important to have that. If you don't, you won't go anywhere. So for those of you that are in there, probably most of you already agree with that, because you're at the Future Factory. So the next thing you do need to do, though, is identify the business case. So before jumping into digital and just throwing technology at the problem, one of the things you want to do is do a transformation assessment. Understand what you could actually learn, and the things that are actually digital versus the things that are physical. Employees make a big difference. People, process, product. It's all about those three things in the end. And doing a digital transformation helps you identify the business case and identify the potential return on investment for your transformation. When you do this, it's important to benchmark that, right? So take a snapshot. How was my efficiency before I went digital? How is my efficiency after? You will see a difference, and it will be significant, but you have to have that to prove to go on to the next project, next digital project. It's important to do that. Then lay a strong foundation. So this is in part about connecting your equipment. Get that equipment that you have connected. There's an enormous amount of data being produced by your equipment today, and you may not even be taking advantage of it. If you are, that's great. If you're not, I suggest you lay that foundation and start collecting that data as soon as possible into say, something like the Digital Historian, for example, a time series system. And then with that laid, and with your digital transformation, understanding the people part of it, you can put those two pieces of information together, right? The people and the actual process information. Another thing to do is digital only takes you so far. You have to lean out your process. You have to be able to optimize your workflows and your processes. It could be a matter of, maybe your folks are inefficient because the line is too long, or the line is out of position in that they have to move or change positions to do their work. Those are things that digital can't really fix for you. It can identify them and say that there's some inefficiencies here, but it can't fix them. So you need to apply a Lean or Six Sigma approach as well, and that's something that you can find out in an assessment. And then, I think Mr. Obichan said this earlier, but think big, start small, scale fast. And that includes failing fast. So part of what happens in this situation is sometimes you do things that don't work. That's okay. You learn something. Use it, move on to the next opportunity, and keep going fast. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. الآن حضورنا الكرام، دعونا نأخذ معكم فاصلا قصيرا استراحة لمدة 20 دقيقة للصلاة ولارتشاف بعض القهوة، وثم نعود إن شاء الله في تمام الساعة 11:50. Enjoy. متحدثنا التالي الأستاذ المثنى بن عبد العزيز الرقطان، الرئيس التنفيذي لمصنع الرقطان، والذي سيستعرض معنا دراسة حالة من شركة GE ديجيتال من المملكة العربية السعودية. Ladies and gentlemen, رحبوا معي. Welcome please Mr. المثنى عبد العزيز الرقطان.
السلام عليكم. صوتي مو بفخم زيه، صعب نجاريك. يعطيك العافية. My name is Muthanna Raktan. We operate a shop. We started as a shop, as a metal fabricator about 7 years or 6 years ago. This metal fabrication shop has grown to be something different today than what we had imagined a few years ago. I try to keep my presentation as simple as possible. I'm trying to communicate to my fellow SMEs. So I'm trying not to use big words. I'm trying to communicate as straight as possible. I could have made it fancier. I tried to make it simpler, as simple as possible. I called it our digital evolution experience because I really don't believe, and I'm sorry for anybody who had this title, I really don't believe in a transformation. I feel that the digital experience really evolves, and it evolves with time. And I hope this is our story or our experience. So, first confession, as I said, we've never started a digital transformation campaign per se. We always thought that we are going to solve a business problem, and the business problem kind of creeped on us the digital element or the digital solution. And the other confession is I'm usually a little bit suspicious about technology-based solution. My problem with technology-based solution is that usually they overpromise and underdeliver, especially when you think they are the solution for the business problem. They are a very important accelerator. They are not solution per se. And again, this is a little bit of what I'm trying to depict in this story. After all, technology is help fix business solutions, is not by itself the solution, unless you use it in a different way, in a different manner, and we'll discuss it a little bit. So I guess we got to know the importance of the digital dimension in our business when we crafted our strategy. When we crafted our strategy, we imagined a 10x growth in less than 3 to 4 years. And thinking about something like this, you discover that incremental, slow cut costing, working hard doesn't work. You have to find a way to grow really fast. You cannot think traditionally. You have to think as much as possible out of the box. So our ambitious business target required that we be way better in quality, way lower in price, much higher in capacity, and at the same time, faster in product development. And product development is one of the most important reasons why we moved heavily into a digital side. So in a way, our strategy asked for the moon at the time where we had basically a ladder. So I'm going to take you through one slice of the problem we faced. Being in the food service industry, the products we offer our market were wide. Our product portfolio was wide. Not only was it wide, our customer expected high customization. They expected faster response and designs. Our designers on average took, by the way, for my fellow SMEs, I'm sure the big companies knows this, but for my fellow SMEs, if you have wide product range, if you have high customization, this is usually the recipe to not be able to grow. It's very, very difficult to grow. Our strategy did not allow us to cut corners. It did not allow us to reduce our product portfolio. It did not allow us to increase our price. So this is just a simple picture of potential projects. This is very simplistic, but we had thousands of these, different types, nothing in common between them. Every designer had to spend, an average, 3 to 4 hours building one of these before it goes to the production programming team. So this is only in the engineering phase when we're providing a design to the client for approval. So we were thinking, what could we do to bring a process that is 3 hours to 30 minutes? That's what the strategy wants after all. This is how our targets were set. And how can we solve a problem with engineering when our engineers basically were 70% of the source of the problem? Again, the process was manual. Every time you're faced with a different challenge in terms of design. You cannot imagine everything that happens in production. So almost giving up, we kind of imagined a super designer. The super designer is smart, fast, make no errors. And then one of the guys jokingly said, we have to 3D print in. We have 20 and 40. This is digital transformation in the best way. But when we think about it, we said, wait a minute. Maybe there is a pattern to this. Maybe it is not as closed box as we thought. So we started to rethink the problem. And we thought if we could define the patterns, build the algorithms that will understand those patterns, and start using computer-aided design to solve the problem, then we might be somewhere. So being our team like scrumming, and I would advise people to read about scrumming because it helps you to test something in a small environment before you actually launch it in a big project. We tested, the results were promising. We found the pattern, we were able to develop something out of the pattern, and things were brighter than they were. So we said, okay, we're going to design a 3-4 month project. In 3-4 months' time, we will be able to at least do 60-70% of our projects through computer-aided design. Well, after 12 months, we had something that failed. And after another 12 months, we had something that we could see a little bit of results that we were expecting. The moral of the story is that digital evolution rather than transformation is difficult. You need to have the data. You have to do the analysis before you start to implement it. Otherwise, if you implement it in an inefficient process, it's basically pure waste of time. After 24 months, we had something. What we had, we were able to digitize and automate a process that used to take 3 hours per engineer. Today, we are able to do 10, 100, 1,000 without using any engineers. It took time, but the process was magnificent for us. And I need to remind you, engineering side of the manufacturing is the most expensive part, especially if you're customizing a lot. So the most expensive chunk of the cost has been completely eradicated, has been completely removed. So we didn't only solve engineering as a bottleneck, and we were able to push more product to the fabrication, which I'm going to come to in a minute. But we were able to redeploy our engineering team to R&D. And in R&D, we were able to invest more time developing new products. Instead of running the business, we start to plan the future of the business. And this is a very true statement. We finally felt that it's possible. The strategy could actually be achieved. And we felt in control of our destiny. So the second part of the slice of the story is that when we finished our engineering problem, we were able to push a lot of designs to production, which is fantastic. Now the bottleneck has moved from engineering. It stayed with engineering for 24 months and went to production, and it went precisely to the fabrication side of the production. The fabrication side is where we cut, where we bend, where we punch. It's basically where we make 90% of our components that goes into a product. We knew we at least need to double or triple the production there. I mean, if we are going to get even close to that strategy, we need to double or triple what we have at the moment. So we know that the biggest challenge, and anybody who does a little bit of fabrication will tell you, they know that the biggest problem is setup time. Setting up, solving the setup time. So we thought we have a solution. We are going to combine, instead of sending products, components as a bundle, we said we're going to scatter this bundle and bend and cut and punch based on the setup. So we will not respect the product that we're fabricating today. We will focus on reducing the amount of setup. And this is where we actually increased our fabrication by at least 100% in a very, very short time. And we thought this is a great result, right? The result was really, really, really bad. What ended up happening is this. Actually, right there. We had a lot of production in the fabrication side that the assembly team basically does not need. So a lot of work in progress that fabrication does. So fabrication numbers are up, assembly times is down, and the throughput, the final production number that matters, the products that we ship to our customer went really down. So we reapproached the problem. At this time, we got to know of the Modern Initiative, and of their initiative in digital transformation. I was especially excited about it because I just completed reading Klaus Schwab's book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. And before that book, there was another interesting book written by Jeremy Rifkin, which is The Third Industrial Revolution. So I was perked. I was ready for it. And we knew we had challenges, and we wanted to see what IR4 team can provide us. So we joined forces with them, and we started thinking about the digital element in the factory overall. And we attacked this problem after they left. So what we did is this. First of all, we solved the process problem inside the factory. We knew we could fabricate more, but we knew what we're fabricating is not what assembly needs. So we thought we're going to go 48 hours back, produce exactly what we need. We will not produce for our daily consumption. We are going to produce for our consumption in 2-3 days, which will give us enough quantity to actually be able to reduce the setup time. But even solving this, there was always another problem. Because you're fabricating all those components without respecting that those components will go to this particular product, so you're producing so many components, you lose those components. And then it's a very difficult time for assembly to find those components. And so the assembly guy or the assembly station would waste more time finding the components than actually making the product. So to solve the problem, we had this time buffer. We still tried to be very optimized in terms of setup time, but we also introduced a product identifier. We used the barcode, and it might be easy to say use barcode. The barcode, we had to be ready to link to this barcode a lot of data. Data number one is what is going to happen in the bending side, what's going to happen in the laser cutting side, what's going to happen in the punch side, and then where does it go after we finish the process. Every product that finished has this barcode, which is like the national ID. So when you go from a process to another process, it tells you what to do with it. You barcode it, you know where to place it. After it finished from all the processes, it goes to a certain pallet, and this pallet is numbered pallet with another barcode, and once all the components are ready, it automatically asks to be taken to the first free assembly station. So this have actually changed our results a lot. And I like to say that fixing the flow was the problem. We used technology to solve the flow problem. And this is what happened. The reduction in waste material was huge. We did not produce stuff that we don't need or we need a few months from now. In an SME environment, this means cash and keeping cash in your bank. Also, we've reduced the time of production a lot. The team is, finally they have what they need when they need it, and increased our capacity dramatically. Again, today our challenge is that after we moved it from fabrication, our challenge is assembly. And assembly, we also have a digital solution for it. I'm sorry, we have a process that we're implementing digital solutions to solve. So, although the process was much more difficult than we expected, that's not what I hoped. Okay, here you go. So, although the process was much more difficult than we expected, again, we gave it a time and then we tripled the time to actually finish the project. The results were fascinating. The results were excellent. And the result taught us a lot about the simple solution that actually costs money. Hire more people, hire more machinery. We've doubled and tripled the numbers without having to buy one new machine. And my factory manager is sitting with us here today, and he will tell you that we have less people than before. Not because we want. People left. It took us time to bring in new people. But we actually doubled and tripled the production in some areas without actually increasing the number of people we have. So again, the best digital solution grow from a business pain, and this is what SMEs understand. SMEs cannot do a complete digital transformation. This is above our budget. We cannot afford it. Do it step by step, test it, define your business need, and build on it. So using the great benefit that digitization brings to your business is honestly not a luxury. It is not luxury for manufacturing. It's not something you should sit and think, do I need it or I don't need it. If you don't need it, it's most probably because your targets are not aggressive enough and because you are benefiting from current protection the government is giving you. If you have ambitious targets, you will find your way to technology. The business will lead you to technology, to using digital solutions for your problem. And the industry speed is being set every day. It's faster every day, and we see it. When we compare ourselves with our competition in Germany or Finland, we know it's really fast. And if we don't master it, we will be so far behind. And we have to catch up with time as soon as we can. So in today's global economy, I could say master it now, master your digital side now, and you have a good potential to lead. Embrace it later, and it will be a very big fight for you to catch up. Wait and see, and you will most probably be history, unless you have raw material coming out of the ground. Otherwise, you will be history. This is how the speed of the industry is set today. And I would like to say this part, the last part in Arabic, because I would like to communicate it to my fellow SMEs as well. فكنت أتكلم عن موضوع إن إن التحول الرقمي أو التطور الرقمي في منشأتك هذه عملية ما صارت خيار. إذا ما تسويها اليوم وتلحق الركب اليوم فأنت بتكون يعني بتواجه صعوبة إنك تعمل. باختصار الوضع الاقتصادي هو اللي بيساعدك. وقت ما ينفتح السوق أكثر بتلاقي نفسك أمام مستثمر متطور جدا رقميا وبالتالي تكاليفه أقل منافستك معه أصعب. And that's all for me. Thank you a lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, المثنى الرقطان, for this presentation. حضورنا الكرام، العرض التالي سيلقي الضوء على مشهد الأتمتة الصناعية المتطور رجاء رحبوا معي على خشبة المسرح بالسيد راجيش راما شاندرنان، المسؤول الرقمي الأول على الأتمتة الصناعية العالمية بشركة ABB. Mr. Rajesh, please welcome. Stage is yours.
Check. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. This is a great privilege to be in front of you, to be part of this strategic conference on the future factory. My focus is on how the change is happening on man, the human with machine in the shop floor in the evolving industrial automation landscape. There's a new dimension in the smart factories and smart manufacturing. Today, how the robots and the human needs to work collaboratively, and how do you unlock the value of digitalization? I'm going to look at three key focus areas. First, we have been already in a proven stage of digital, bringing the value on operational excellence, safety, productivity, quality improvements, and also easy to relate to the return on investment of digital. But it's also important that the digital enablement has to be done across the levels. It has to be at the device, at the edge, as well as on the cloud. The second aspect is specific to the topic that I have been wanting to focus on, which is on the smart factory. How do you move from the traditional caged robots to collaborative robots? The collaborative robots, along with the digitalization of the process, brings significant value of the smart factories. And when we do that, we just saw an earlier presentation, you have to start small. We have to be looking at agile implementation, need to have a clear solution engineering approach, and it needs to be in an integrated ecosystem. It's not in silos of looking at, let me just go and put 5 robots. Let me just go and automate this process. It needs to be looking at the integrated ecosystem. And that's true because today, if you imagine the Industry 4.0 enabled enterprise, every component is intelligent. Every process in the value chain is important to analyze and visualize it. The data that is coming from the value chain are extremely important for us to look at optimization of our processes. And more importantly, to make real-time improvements, it needs to be analyzed with the technologies that we have today for analytics. The key is here about looking at how do I enable digital across the 3 layers. On the device level, smart sensors, robots. On the edge level, where within the plant you would like to do a digital operation as an example, or at the cloud where you would like to compare across your plants, across your coding lines to look at both fleet as well as enterprise level optimization. And that's the drive towards going from automation to autonomous. The Industry 3.0 has been an automation focused. Industry 4.0 is moving from what you see from automated operations to go to autonomous operations. And doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't mean that we need to get autonomous operations everywhere. It makes sense to go on the progress of going from automation to bring digital evolution, as we just saw, and move towards the autonomous operations. Practical, what we have seen in our own plants in ABB as well as our customers is that you can achieve semi-autonomous operations with a combination of automation and digital. And what you see is some of the examples on even other industries like autonomous shipping, where the ships are controlled autonomous, and the pilots bring much more value than just looking at the panels. And the robots are not just only for discrete manufacturing. They are bringing value across different manufacturing elements. For instance, transformer inspection, your drones for looking the gas leakage detection, and you have robots that are now looking at the conditions of the data centers and so on. In the factory of the future factories, clearly robots have a significant role to play. There are many challenges that we see when you look at future factories, but if you look at the three in the left side, first is that we want to be able to have a flexibility. That means that we should be able to look at faster launches, shorter time, low volume, high mix. Right? The second thing is that increased cost of downtime. The downtime needs to be significantly reduced. And more, the collaboration between the human and the robots need to happen, because we are not looking at as a large volume production. We are looking at low volume, high mix production. If you take food and beverage industries, chemical industries, you have different batches to run, different product lines to run. So those needs a specific set of capabilities that will help on making faster commissioning. It's not about having robots. It's about training them, applying them for a specific process. Similarly, to make them collaborative, safety, as well as how they work together on digital. And that's something that is going to bring efficiency at every level, more reliability. Let's look at the evolution of the robots or the man and machine in the shop floor. The traditional one that you see in the left side, which is the robots were separately gauged and they were doing a set of processes, and the human was outside the cage. Then we moved from there on coexistence. That means they work both each other, but they were not connecting to each other. From there, the synchronized operations. And today, we see the collaborative robots or cooperative robots, where for the low volume, high mix, you see the right side where it's focusing on the real-time sensing of human and robots happens on collaborating on what is getting manufactured. The collaborative robots are the future of the future factories. It fundamentally acts like humans. It brings the expertise and computation, whereas the creativity, intuitivity comes from the human. Combination of collaboration with the digitalization of the data is the key for enabling the entire manufacturing process optimization. And that goes from just a machine level automation to a factory automation to a process automation and the plant automation. The places where we have seen the process of manufacturing and the process of logistics, which possibly is two different systems, robots and MES, robots and industrial control systems, combining them makes a huge improvement in terms of the overall value. And what we have seen is, by combining the collaboration of the robots and digitalization together, that unlocks a significant value in the future factories. In the areas of reliability, in the area of quality improvements, performance, scalability of taking a specific process improvement, and bringing efficiency across the value chain, and of course being more reliable on manufacturing. Collaborative robots have been today in mainstream. We see this across the different industries, the batch industries, the semi-continuous process industries, you see the food and beverage industries, chemical industries, even the heavy metal industries, foundry metals, as well as pharmaceutical industries, where we see that in the same process, you can see the human and the robots are able to collaborate and make the manufacturing. The another key dimension which is very important for the future factory that we see is the virtual reality, which means that we should be able to see, visualize, train, simulate what is the process happening. across various different elements. It could be for support. It could be for the guided instructions. It could be looking at collaborative design. The value of design, the digital from the design to visualize to be able to operate and guide and support is coming through the virtual reality and augmented reality. The VR and AR becomes an integral part of the collaborative robots ecosystem by itself to operate. This is an example of various different case studies that ABB has been successfully able to demonstrate the value of using collaborative robots along with the manufacturing execution systems together as an integrated manufacturing operation management for the smart manufacturing and smart factory. It is like eating our own food, right, for the dog's food. Here, this is a factory of ABB, which is in Lenzburg, which produces the semiconductors. And here, there are 40 robots, which are collaborative robots, with the AGVs, which are transportation automation. Also, a manufacturing operation management solution together that brings the value of future factory on the flexible as well as highly productive manufacturing. And our experience says that when we are going with this smart factory with human and machines together, the 6 elements which clearly makes a difference, because we would like to train the robots quickly. We would like to make them flexible. So you need to have a flexible, easy to implement software. Should be able to digitalize the whole process to interconnect both the process which is there to automate as well as the robots who are which are bringing efficiency together. And it's very important to have the connected services. The collaborative robots need to be connected to be able to remotely monitor, control, as well as optimize. And the question is about, is robots are going to replace human in certain industries, certain segment of the industries? Our clear thought process here is that it is not going to be. But it will be always an augmentation of the human plus the AI, which is bringing from the compute and expertise of robots. So we call this human, right, which is the human plus AI inside. That brings the significant value and the best test results. Starting from your big data that is coming across your sensors and your devices, combining with having the patterns decided on the analytics algorithms, and having a strong compute power that brings the AI. And that's fundamentally is what we see as collaborative robots and collaborative operations that will be writing the future of the factory of the future. An example, this is from ABB side. We have something called collaborative operations, wherein we have connected over 1,000 plus robots across different plants, more than about 1,200 marines, more than about 500 plus now on industries, including 40 plus larger mines. These are all connected real time with the ABB's Collaborative Operations Center. We are able to work with you, the customers, your assets, along with our operations and experts, to be able to bring the value of the collaborative operations, which brings the artificial intelligence for industry plus the human expertise on the data that is on real time in the process. That has been helping significantly on unlocking the value of digital, working together. So we believe in working together to make the future of the factory, future of the safe and smart operations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. حضورنا الكرام، العرض القادم هو عبارة عن دراسة حالة عن كيفية تطبيق الثورة الصناعية الرابعة في مصفاة المستقبل. لنرحب جميعا بالسيد جون مندن هول، رئيس مجلس إدارة شركة CB Tech. Mr. John Mendenhall.
Thank you. They're right here. Excellent. So the program says that it was going to be someone named Kelly Ireland. I am not the ugly Kelly Ireland. I'm Jason Mendenhall. I'm somebody else. At home, it's 3 in the morning right now. So if I fall down, somebody just come and give me some Pepsi, and I should wake up and I should be able to finish. Thanks for having me. We're grateful to be here, particularly with our partners, MCAN, and with the work that they're doing here, the partnership that we formed. Hopefully what I'm hoping to do today is to inspire you a little bit about this project that you guys are embarking on, and then most importantly, share with you some of the things that we've been doing as it relates to Refinery of the Future. Now, one of my favorite things to do is to think about the future and kind of prognosticate a little bit about where things are going to go. But it's always kind of a tough thing, and so what I thought I would do one day is I said, what if I went back in time and looked at the futurists of yesterday? What kind of things were they talking about, and what did they predict? And I found this interesting video. So if any of you have read 2001: A Space Odyssey or watched the movie, the author of that is a guy named Arthur Clarke. He had a television show where he would talk about the future and show people the future. So I found this video from 1967. So this is Arthur Clarke in 1967 talking about the future. Hopefully, maybe. There we go. Nope. Can you play the video?
Trying to predict the future is a discouraging and hazardous occupation. If by some miracle a prophet could describe the future exactly as it was going to take place, his predictions would sound so absurd, so far-fetched, that everybody would laugh him to scorn. The only thing we can be sure of about the future is that it will be absolutely fantastic. Let's start by looking at the city of the future. Some people think it will be like this, and they're quite right. But what about the city of the day after tomorrow? Say the year 2000. I think it will be completely different. In fact, it may not even exist at all. Oh, I'm not thinking of the atom bomb and the next Stone Age. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough which has been made possible by developments in communications, particularly the transistor and, above all, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other, wherever we may be, where we can contact our friends anywhere on Earth, even if we don't know their actual physical location. It will be possible in that age, perhaps only 50 years from now, for a man to conduct his business from Tahiti or Bali just as well as he could from London. I am perfectly serious when I suggest that one day we may have brain surgeons in Edinburgh operating on patients in New Zealand. Men will no longer commute, they will communicate. And yet even greater changes are still to come. That is why the future is so endlessly fascinating, because try as we can, we'll never outguess it.
So think about that for a minute. He says that if you're going to predict the future, and so if we turn the clock back and we go to 1967, he says, I'm going to predict the future, and I'm going to tell you something that's so crazy that you won't believe it. And what did he do? He predicted the future. But people at that time heard him and said, there's no way for that to happen. That's impossible. Yet in the year 2001, it actually pulled itself off. The first transatlantic surgery was performed. Arthur Clarke's crazy, fantastic prediction that everyone else at the time said, hey, if you're predicting that, Arthur, you're crazy, and you should get out of here. So when we think about the future, and we think about where we're going, we actually have to think beyond what our current capacities are. We have to think beyond, and we have to kind of think of the thing that sounds absolutely fantastic or it's not achievable. And yet, as mankind, so in that situation, he said, this is going to be the future, and somehow mankind marched to that point, and we got there. So the question you have to ask yourself then is, when we have something in our head that we want to implement in our business, why is it we can't do it? We struggle. When you look at the change that's coming, when you think about what's happening, this change that's occurring, this delivering value in these complex process systems. In the past, we've seen it happen in healthcare, we've seen it happen in other industries, and now it's starting to make its way into industry. This big wave of change is coming, and as it comes, the question we have to ask ourselves is, with the things that we come up with, can we actually get them there? Can we do it? Because this is what we're seeing. When we think about innovation, it's taking a very specialized approach because it's failing over and over. And these are the reasons why. This was a study that was done. And when someone says, yeah, I want to go do something, I want to be innovative, and I want to change, why are they failing? It's because of long development times. It's become of the ideas aren't correct. There's risk-averse culture. There's a lack of coordination. There's not enough great ideas. Some of them are just marketing things. They're not really actual implementations. And so when we looked at this and we said, hey, how are we going to do this now if this is truly going to change, us at CB Technologies in the United States, we said, if we're going to help institute these new things, how are we going to tackle this problem? Because it's going to look very different. And these challenges aren't going away. These are the obstacles that occur. And in many cases, the partners that we choose may not be the right partners for innovation. No offense to my friends at GE, they're great at scale, but they're not great at innovation. Because in most cases, when you're talking to the person that has the GE logo on their shirt, the answer to everything is GE. You say, oh, I have a question. They go, what should I do? Oh, you should have some GE. Oh, what should I do next? Oh, you should sprinkle some GE on top of that. And, oh, I want another thing. It's more GE. They tend not to look out. And so they're great at scale, and they're great at taking things to the next level and really making it something that's massive. But when it comes to innovation, you have to take a different approach. And that approach involves partnering with someone who understands the intricacies and risks associated with innovation and digital transformation. You have to reach out. And you have to use a proven process that actually gives you the best chance of success. The old models of implementation where you said, hey, I have this idea, and a team disappeared for like 9 months, and then they went away, and they did this and this, and they came out and they went, ta-da! That's not working anymore. It doesn't work. The reason why is because ideas are changing within 9-month cycles. Things are moving too quickly. We can't do it that way if we're going to succeed in the future. It has to look very different, and it has to be different. And so we tackled this from a very different way, and one of the challenges that we saw is that in the software development world, there were great innovations in methodology. You've heard some of them mentioned today, Agile, Scrum, you name it, right? There were these software methodologies that were actually really good, very useful, but the challenge is they didn't really scale into this new multi-connected world. The new world is a combination of people and humans and hardware and software, all of it working in a different way. The reason why the software model worked, this kind of agile approach, is because in a lot of cases, it was a group of people building something that got pushed out to an end user through a ubiquitous device. The devices that we're talking about in this new industrial world are all very different, and sometimes there's not a person there. Sometimes it's a straight-up machine. So how do you do this innovation, and how do you run the cycles in this way? We found a very different approach. We took some of the ideas from software development where we started lean, we focused on agility, there was a key thing around driving data, and then ultimately we had this vision for scale. But what we realized is that you have to start small. We think big, we have the grand vision that almost seems totally impossible to achieve, but we start small and we go tackle those, and we develop ROI models on a case-by-case basis that deliver value at every instance. Because if we try to go for the big, hairy, audacious goal, if we try to go for the big thing, a lot of times we're going to miss it. And we'll miss it because it takes us too long. The world is changing too fast. It has to be quick development cycles, and it has to happen in a very effective way. And so we came up with this idea. We said, we got to productize this in a little bit different way, and we call it innovation delivery as a service. And what we do in this case is we partner with teams, and we come in and we work with them. And most importantly, the thing that makes us different is we understand the human element as it relates to this, and we engage them in the process. So the workers that are out at the edge, that are being impacted by any of these solutions and could change the way they work, because what we're really talking about, not just the factory of the future, or the refinery of the future, or the industry of the future, what we're really talking about is the worker of the future. How does the things that we're doing and the ideas that we have change the way they work for higher productivity, lowered cost, increased output, all of those things? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to that worker. So we started with this process, and we've been refining it over time. And the idea is we start with a jump start. It's a very short, quick cycle where we bring the teams together, and within a period of 5 days, we take nothing to something. And then we move into what we call the innovation delivery cycle, and there might be multiple versions of these, and these are 30-day projects where we say, how do we take this idea that we came up, and then we actually get to a point where we can deliver it? And in 30 days, we do that. And then there's other cycles that plan the scale and how you launch it and how you take it out. But the idea is to take it from nothing to something, and then most importantly, from something to something real. And we applied this at a project called the Refinery of the Future. I'll share a little bit with you about what this is, how this idea evolved, where it was coming from. And one of the challenges we saw was that when it came to implementing technology in a heavy industrial environment, it was extremely difficult to pilot projects because an industrial environment didn't have a data center, and it didn't have a wireless network, and it didn't have power out at the edge, and it didn't have a way for compute to be there. So if you had an idea in your head, you had a project you wanted to do at your environment, there was no way to actually pilot it because you had to build all of this massive infrastructure to start. And we said, wouldn't it be great if we could find a real-world environment, someone that would partner with us, and we could build a sandbox. And then in that sandbox, we could innovate and iterate in a real-world environment. And the partner would get the benefit of all this new technology coming into it, and industry would get the benefit of a sandbox as well as lesson learned and as well as demonstrated ROI. And so we worked with a company called Texmark in Houston, Texas. And what we did is we started bringing together all these partners, a group of partners to help deliver on a series of use cases. And we sat down with the customer and we said, man, if there were a few things that could actually help what you're doing and increase the value of your business, what would they be? And there were 5 use cases we identified: connected worker, asset integrity management, video as a sensor, condition monitoring and predictive maintenance, and worker safety and security. They felt like that if we could tackle these things in an effective way and we can deliver it in such a way that it either had ROI from a financial standpoint or produce some productivity benefit or increase the safety of their workers, then that was a win. And so we brought these partners together and in their plant environment built a data center and built edge computing and created a wireless network and basically created the base infrastructure so that we could execute on these use cases. And there's a few use cases that we did that I'm going to talk about today that are fun. And as we did that, one of the things that we looked at is we said, look, if we're going to really validate the ROI on this, we have to come up with some way of judging it. And so we looked at it and we said reducing process time was one. And we would assess each use case in one of these areas. Did it help or did it hurt? We talked about enhancing worker safety and increased productivity. And every one of these was around this idea of getting them not only their personal environment in that platform, but also demonstrating to the industry that this could work in a real-world environment. The first use case was the connected worker. And actually, if you come by, we've got a table and a booth over there, CB Technologies with our partner MCAN, where we're demonstrating the connected worker. This was one of the use cases. What we saw regularly was that when we talked about technologies that workers used out in the field, they usually involved an iPad or an iPhone or some mobile device. Well, the problem was that's not hands-free. And if you're performing an inspection on a distillation column and you have to climb to the top of that, no one's climbing up that column and hanging onto the ladder by one hand while they hold an iPad on the other. It's not working, so we had to find a hands-free environment. We found that, and then most importantly, we started focusing on the type of applications that would make sense to the connected worker. Now, this was an interesting thing because the business, in this particular case, said, you know what our workers need? When they walk up to a boiler, I need them to look at the boiler and see all the information about that boiler. That's what the business said. Well, when we, through our Jumpstart process, brought the team that works in the field into our environment, and we had them starting to communicate and share their ideas and what they were doing, you know what they said? They said, that's not the problem. We see everything that's going on. We've got gauges, there's meters, we can call somebody, there's all the information. They said, you want to know what our problem is? One of the guys that works for us and is in the plant, every day he goes out to the rail yard where we load up a big thing of chemicals, and he takes a bunch of pictures for compliance for every rail car that goes out, and he brings a camera out there and he does picture, 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 picture. Then he walks all the way back to the office, then he loads them up onto his computer, then he does some typey stuff, and then he fills out a form, and then he sends this thing. He wastes half the day taking pictures. When they saw what we could do, they said, couldn't we have him just go out and take pictures and just say, take picture, and his hands are free, take picture, and then have that picture automatically upload to the compliance system and then go out to the customer for that rail yard going out? Well, the business had no idea that that was actually a real problem to solve. As we brought the team in and we focused on this particular example, what we found out was that there was a new problem that needed to be solved that no one knew about. By doing that, they reduced his time spent doing that activity by 90%. Now think about that when you say, all of a sudden now, when I think about the worker of the future, my goal is not to have 10 workers doing something, but one worker doing the job of 10. You have to enable them with information, you have to enable them with capacity, and you have to enable them with capabilities and technology. And here's the other interesting thing we've discovered. The new worker that's coming into the environment, not only do they want to be effective, but they've been using technology most of their life. And they have ideas and they have ways things can be improved, and if you don't have a platform for technology improvement, then they can't improve. And in this particular case, this use case has been powerfully used because now what's happening is that since the organization is bought in, since the people out in the plant are bought in, since the workers are bought in, they're now coming and bringing new ideas to the table to help change what happens from an innovation standpoint. The other use case we went with was video as a sensor. The idea being that they had a security team that walked around the environment all day. One of the challenges that they had was coyotes. This is a real problem. Coyotes were getting into their rail car area, and they were chewing on stuff and creating hazards and breaking things. And they had a security team whose job was to go around and make sure coyotes were not in the environment. And they said, couldn't we train a camera to do this automatically? And so we created this video as a sensor application where it's actually looking over the span, it's using artificial intelligence, and it can identify the difference between a coyote and a dog, because dogs weren't the problem, coyotes were. And it can identify a coyote versus a human. And so suddenly now they were able to take this security team that was walking around and doing stuff, now they were able to redeploy them elsewhere, get them in more strategic opportunities within the plant. The other one we targeted was asset integrity management, and this was a big one. Any time, and for those of you who are in any of the industries where asset integrity is a key, you know that your inspections drive everything. But the challenge is, in most cases, you bring someone in to do inspections, they go out and do it, they give you a report, that report goes to the plant manager takes that report, he puts it in a book, he sticks it on his counter, and he goes back to his job. And then when something fails, someone comes back and says, oh yeah, that failed, and then the plant manager pulls out the book and he goes, oh yeah, it was about to fail. Getting the data associated with the integrity of your assets centralized into one place and making it easily retrievable became a key problem. Go ahead and cue the next video for me. So we found a software application based out of Europe that had been in operation for over 26 years, and we started bringing it into a new environment. Do you have the video? Or not? There we go. Oh yeah, go ahead and hit it again. So in this particular case, we actually came in and found all of the documentation that they had regarding the plant. We brought that into this application, an application called Palladio that's based out of Italy, created a digital twin of the environment, and then with it, created a browser-based system where people can actually go in and look at assets, and it clearly identifies if there's a problem in one of the situations. Once you identify that problem, you're actually able to go in and retrieve all the information about that asset. And this is a very manual process, but once we go through that initial process, every piece of data about the plant exists in there, and all new inspection data is coming in. Now all of a sudden you're reducing your time to find. If you've all been in an environment when you know there's a problem, you call up the guy who knows, and then he spends the next week trying to get all the information about that asset from somewhere. It's sitting in a file cabinet, it's in a folder. They have to go talk to Jim, who's the guy who knows everything about it. They bring his information in. Once we gather that all information, we put it in a centralized location. Now all of a sudden asset integrity becomes a tool that can be managed. And here was the other interesting thing. The thing that we're finding as we reach out to the edge, the old models of software licensing have to be thrown out. Because software licensing was very seat-based. If you bought a package application, the way that they made money off the process was they said, every person that uses this, we're going to charge them a fee. You can't do this in this environment because the goal is to take this information and put it into the hands of all the workers out in the field. If you do that, it gets too expensive. And so we were able to change their software costing model so they continued to make money, but the value to the business stayed there. And so now, with a single license per site, they're able to put this information in the hands of all of their workers. This is what we're finding. The new old models of how we did things, where everything was in the back office and there was a bunch of screens and there was some person looking at it, that's not the way we're going to change the worker of the future. We're going to connect them with technologies in ways that haven't been achieved before. And ultimately, it's going to result in this kind of new normal. Innovation is going to be a requirement. If you don't have a process of innovation in your existing team, you're going to need to find it. You're going to need to create it. And most importantly, as equipment comes digitized and connected, we're going to have to find out a way where there's a real-world environment for these critical decisions to be made. That's where the refinery of the future has been helpful. It's an actual sandbox where when another company has an idea, we have all the infrastructure necessary to go and test it. So as you guys look at this factory of the future and what it's going to be, you can't create labs that are sitting in a conference room somewhere. You're going to need to go out to the real-world environment, find a place where you can put the baseline infrastructure in to make this stuff work, deliver value right there, and then use it as a sandbox for testing other alternatives. The approaches to partnership are going to be critical through all of this, and it's going to be a way that we drive change and a way that you can take things really to the next level so that that future that we talked about that seems so unachievable, you take small steps and small innovations to get there, and then you can actually institute massive change within an organization. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm grateful for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Jason Mendenhall, رئيس مجلس الإدارة في شركة سي تك. Thank you. الآن حضورنا الكرام، سلسلة التوريد الرقمية للثورة الصناعية الرابعة وكيفية الاتصال رقميا بالواقع المثالي. هذا ما سيحدثنا عنه الأستاذ عبد الحكيم، رئيس سلسلة التوريد والتصنيع الرقمي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا بشركة SAB. وبعد هذه البرزنتيشن لهؤلاء الذين بدأت عصافير بطونهم بالزقزقة، أنا ما أدري شلون بترجمها داخل المترجم، ولكن بعد هذا البرزنتيشن إن شاء الله سوف نحظى بالغداء. ابقوا معنا مع هذا العرض التقديمي والسيد عبد الحكيم من شركة SAB.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope you had a great day so far. My name is Abdul Hakim. I am responsible for digital supply chain and manufacturing line of business for SAP in Middle East and North Africa. So I'm going to talk about the idea of digital supply chain in the context of Industry 4.0. And before I do that, I would like to share a small personal story before I get into my presentation. So I started my professional career in year 1996 as the supply planner. I worked for a consumer electronics company, and my job was to plan and procure components needed to make television sets. I operated from the factory, which was built 10 years ago, so it was It was a quite antiquated plant with semi-automatic conveyors and old layout. And as a tool, as a planner, I operated using spreadsheet. That time we didn't even have Excel, so it was called Lotus 123. And my planning horizon was 3 years, and my view was always backward looking, so I looked at past to plan for the future. So it was a good factory, right? I mean, we had really very capable workforce in the factory, and we churned out high quality products. And at that point in time, the company that I worked for was the market leader in television industry. But we had our own problems. We had problems, of having products that were not in demand at that point in time. So we made stuff that was not going out of the factory, and we had demand for products that we couldn't fulfill because our planning horizon was quite long. So we ended up with a lot of inventory and unfulfilled customer demand. 2 years later, we moved to a new modern factory. It was part of company's world-class manufacturing initiative. Fully automated plant, massive capacity, everything was perfect. The new layout, modern layout. The whole team, the team that I was part of, moved to the new plant. We continued to carry our legacy mindset. We carried our spreadsheet for planning. We continued to look back for planning, and we had a long planning horizon. Guess what? So we had a fantastic factory, a modern factory, but we continued to have the same set of problems that we had in the old antiquated factory. So the problem or the point that I want to drive home here is that with change, you also got to change the mindset. But we continued to carry the old legacy mindset, which sort of hindered the progress. So there was a huge capital investment, but we couldn't really realize the true benefits of it. So you must be wondering, while I'm talking about my personal story, why I have a picture of a tram displayed here. So this is the fully automated tram, which replaced the previous generation of tram in Germany. It's a highly sensorized tram, fully automated, takes away the need for having a driver in the tram. So basically it addresses the pressing problem that German authorities were facing, the train drivers. So over a long period of time, it eliminates, or it sort of reduces the cost of drivers, so the cost associated with the salaries and benefits of the driver. So, but the German authorities or the railroad company continued to operate this modern, highly sensorized tram on the old track, on an old schedule. It's unfair. It's unfair to sort of say that they should have changed the track, because changing a legacy infrastructure is difficult. It's not that easy to change a legacy infrastructure, whereas legacy mindset can be transformed or can be changed easily. So, moving to my topic of digital supply chain in the context of Industry 4.0. Let me start with a few words on Industry 4.0. As we all know, Industry 4.0 is a paradigm shift or it's a step change in the way things are going to be designed, things are going to be manufactured, things are going to be delivered, and things are going to be serviced. So Industry 4.0 is powered by technologies like Industrial Internet of Things, which are backed by or powered by high-tech sensors. Now we have 5G network. Autonomous factories, which are powered by advanced robotics and artificial intelligence. Then we have an unprecedented level of predictive capabilities in our processes, thanks to big data technology. And then we have a blockchain which sort of streamlines the trust and transparency in the supply chain. The point I want to drive here is that Industry 4.0 is not just about factory, it's about the overarching idea which encompasses everything, right? Everything in the entire value chain, including supply chain. And Industry 4.0 is estimated to be a massive opportunity for the kingdom. It is estimated to be a 1 trillion Saudi riyal opportunity by 2030. And kingdom is really well placed to be the champion of Industry 4.0, thanks to the enabling environment and the geographic advantage kingdom enjoys in terms of logistic proximity to Africa and Asia. And also, Industry 4.0 provides interesting opportunities for entrepreneurs and businesses to solve some of the world's pressing problems, especially pressing problems of the developing world, like, for example, hunger. So there is a possibility to reimagine the whole fertilizer or agri-chemical supply chain, like tailor it to the need of, let's say, I would say the nutrient requirement or the weather conditions of the geography, and actually have that responsiveness to deliver that in a real time, right? Housing is an interesting problem. Leveraging 3D printing and the advancements in additive manufacturing, and also the fact that we live in an environment that has a lot of interesting petrochemical manufacturing setup. So there is an opportunity to change the way people live in houses and actually solve the problem of housing. And more importantly, Industry 4.0 provides an opportunity to redefine some of the established industries. If you look at consumer products in the region, so most of the consumer products in this region are imported currently. So now, like for innovative companies, it's an opportunity to rethink and refine and redesign the consumer product supply chain or value chain and localize it for the region, or for the matter, components. So we have a lot of, I would say, asset-intensive companies or asset-intensive industries in this region. And MRO supplies and maintenance is a pressing issue. So again, an opportunity with the connected asset, digital twin, industrial Internet of Things, there is an opportunity to rethink the whole MRO supplies and spare parts supply chain. So at SAP, we have a point of view. We have a point of view on digital supply chain, and we believe in the context of Industry 4.0, and especially in the context of experience economy. I mean, Industry 4.0 has created, a new, I would say, an overlay economy, an experience economy. And in that experience economy, the paradigm of supply chain changes dramatically from efficiency and responsiveness to perfecting experiences. Because efficiency and responsiveness is given, it's table stake. So now the next step is experience. And to deliver experience, you need to perfect multiple number of experience. As they say, there are two moments of truth in any value chain: when you buy the product and when you use the product. And when you buy the product, you actually need to wow your customers. And to wow your customers, you need to intimately know your customers. You need to know their desire. You need to know their aspirations. And you need to have ability to detect patterns, understand their social activities, and come up or deliver products that wow them, that basically helps you realize that first moment of truth, having customer pick up the order. And the second moment of truth comes when customer actually uses your product. So to perfect these two experiences, it's not just about delivering a perfect order experience. It's also about a perfect design experience, perfect delivery experience. Again, customers want products. They want it, and you got to deliver it the way they want it, where they want it, and how they want it. So it's the concept of omni-channel logistics is becoming really important in this new era. If you take an example of, let's say, a consumer products company in a simple consumer products company in experience economy, let's take an example of a soft drink. So customers today demand unique flavor. They want personalized containers or personalized bottle, the product to be delivered in a personalized bottle, and perhaps they want it to be delivered to their doorstep, or perhaps they wanted to pick it up from a vending machine, right? So you need to have a supply chain which actually can meet this simple requirement, of delivering customer what they want, the way they want. To fulfill the simple desire of a personalized drink requires a fairly complex orchestration of supply chain, right? It is be it orchestrating the logistics flow, which could be really complex. I mean, Where are you going to deliver the products? To the vending machine, to the retail outlet, to the doorstep? That has an implication on the logistics delivery model. And then the implications on the manufacturing setup, right? I mean, you have to have capability to produce you should have high velocity manufacturing capability to produce stuff in a tailored and personalized manner. And to do this, you need to master what we call it as the complexity. To master complexity, you need to connect digitally. And these are the three strategies that we recommend our customers to look at. And some of our customers who have been successful in experience economy leverage these strategies. And they're pretty simple strategies. Like, for example, customer centricity. Customer centricity for a consumer, the idea of customer centricity is pretty simple, but it differs. The idea differs quite significantly from a consumer products company to, let's say, an industrial equipment manufacturer. Total visibility. Let's look at each of them in detail. Like, if I talk about customer centricity, it's about understanding your customer intimately, knowing their desires and aspirations, and building your processes to address to the real-time demand. You need to have capability to anticipate the demand, anticipate what customers would want, and deliver to that aspiration. In terms of total visibility, the technologies like IoT, digital twin, allows you to create the digital mirror of your whole value chain. From the smart products to the connected equipments to the digital processes. So you have ability to then respond to customer requirement in a real time. And then once you accomplish, once you have, if I go back to my old example, right, when you have the new setup, so it's also prudent to think about business model innovation. When you have connected products, you can actually change the way that you sell to customer. Instead of selling the product, you can actually sell them the services. And since you have those products which are connected, you can actually offer maintenance in a very efficient way. So our idea of digital supply chain is a closed loop supply chain, from design to operate. So if you look at the left side, it's a traditional approach to supply chain. It's very linear, but in the connected world, you need to have a closed loop supply chain. So you have smart products, which basically gives you a feedback into your innovation process. So you use that feedback and the customer aspirations that you gather from listening socially to customer. Design the products keeping manufacturability in view, and then have a real-time collaboration or real-time visibility of your fulfillment processes. So it's a whole cycle from design to design to operate. So these are some of our customers who have deployed this strategy. Like this is a paint manufacturer based in India. So they have changed the traditional model of paint and taken it to a new level. So they are able to now using our technology and using the ideas of connected supply chain. They are able to listen to customer requirement and make tailored proposition or individualized offer to customer using a network of 45,000 retailers. This is another example of a local organization, Sasrif, which has digitized the entire refinery, and they have a real-time visibility into the whole process from the plant floor to the top floor. So this is another example of innovation. So we have a company called Kaiser Compressor, which manufacture compressors, and with the new approach, they sell the compressed air instead of selling compressor. And with the connected assets and digital twin, they are able to actually provide the maintenance to customer they're basically able to predict when the equipment or when the compressor is going to need the maintenance and provide the services, at the time, minimizing the cost and improving the service. So that's about it from my side. Thank you.
إذن نتوقف معكم الآن لتناول وجبة الغداء. سيكون مدة البريك تقريبا 45 دقيقة إلى 50 دقيقة. بعد 50 دقيقة إن شاء الله نعود لاستكمال فقرات هذا المنتدى. تفضلوا بالصحة والعافية. الآن عرضنا التالي سيتناول تحديث الأنظمة القديمة كمدخل إلى المستقبل. لنرحب معا بالأستاذ محمد منصور مدير الحلول الاستشارية بشركة إنفور.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're still awake, a bit of energized after a good lunch, I would say. So this session is about the difference mainly between a modernized system and a legacy system. Whether you have a very old version of a standard software that you bought from some vendor a long time ago and you did not yet upgrade to the latest version, or an in-house built software that you are currently running. What I will try to showcase in this presentation is whether you are on a legacy system and trying to take a decision to acquire a new system and looking for kind of elements you want to look for in a new system, or you already recently selected one or in a selection process, or you have implemented or in the process of implementing it, what kind of components that you can utilize in the new system, and I'm going to call it from now on a platform. And this is how I like to call the new system, because back in the days we used to call them ERP softwares, and ERP softwares was basically built in around business operational processes. You get out of the ERP something like a procure to pay cycle or a sales order to an invoice cycle. But that's not sufficient anymore on the new challenges that the Industry 4.0 is bringing. But before I try to answer this kind of questions and explain what kind of elements you will look for into a modernized system, I want to shed the light on the history of how we came to Industry 4.0 as a revolution, and why it's different from all the three industries that has came before that. So we're all familiar with the three first industries, from the steam engine invention to the first automation wave and then the mass production model. All three of them had one thing in common. All of them were focused on two things: lowering the product cost and increased productivity. We tried to do bigger factories in very remote areas, making sure that we can utilize the cheap raw materials we can get from those areas, as well as make sure that we utilize a very cheap labor source. And while those three revolutions happening in a parallel universe, I would say, the IT sector, or what so forth called the technology sector, was having his own revolutions as well. And we kind of saw the face of the IT sector revolutions internally in every company and organization in our what so-called used to be called an IT department. Started with non-IT guys, and then we got one IT guy who sat in the corner looking after a couple of printing servers and maybe a couple of PCs. And then moving forward, we started relying heavily on those IT guys or IT department. So they started using spreadsheets and Excels and maybe a bit by bit financial system and operational system. And as our reliance as business on them grow, the department grow. And recently, very recently, we started to see chief digital officers, and have been mentioned a couple of times today as well. And with a chief digital officer, he has a full organization, a sub-organization in our company. Their sole purpose is to support the business that we are running with all the tools and the information required, not just to take an operational decision, whether we want to kind of do a process this way or that way, or just procure this kind of material from that supplier or this supplier, but they actually give us kind of tools and information required for very strategic decisions. Do we need to increase our production capacity and open a new plant? Do we need to introduce this kind of new product in our product portfolio? Things that will have a long-term effect in our business plan. How do we compete in a new market and stuff like this? And with this huge impact, the tech sector brought to the industrial sector, they were the drive and enabler for the fourth industrial revolution. In my personal opinion, there is no better story than Apple and Nike story, when it showcases the synergy that can happen between an industrial company that works in manufacturing, shoes manufacturing, and a tech-based company, which is Apple, that does operate only in technology. And when they synergize together, they have created a very good differentiation case. So back in the early 90s and late 80s, Nike was perceived as just a sports fashion producer. They produce sportswear, and they have a couple of outlets here and there for sports equipment as well. But although they are very well-known brand in the North American market, their market share was declining heavily due to the low-priced importers from China and everywhere else that produces cheap products, as well as a very competitive market. And they started losing a huge market share to them. But year after year, the marketing executives in Nike have started to recognize one new thing. All the runners are listening to music while running using MP3 players, what's so-called iPods by Apple. So they went in and launched an initiative with Apple, and they have created this pack, a device that can be implemented in any sports shoes, along with an app that runs on the iPod. And together, the app with the device were able to collect different kind of information for the runners. Something like what kind of terrain you are running on, the speed, time lapse, and all this kind of information. And they pulled back all this information back to Nike website, which on its turn pulled all the runners to Nike website to go check in their times. On average, every runner used to check on Nike Plus website, as it was called, 3 times a week. And from that moment on, Nike started to be perceived by runners as in a new, different way, as in it's not just a shoe wear, it's something that helps us improve our performance and give us feedback of our performance in races and even in the practices phase. And while the runners go back, check in on weekly basis on the Nike website, the Nike started to push them cross products. They started to, again, buy more Nike products. In 2007, Nike regained a market share of 56% of the 3.6 billion sports shoe market in North America, compared to 47% the previous year. And actually, in a couple of years, it reached it to 60-something percent, 61, 62%. Ultimately, Nike reduced their whole marketing spend by about 70%. As an effect of getting all the kind of the exposure they needed from the market, from the target market they needed, voluntarily going back every week to check the Nike website with the fraction of the cost. Actually, the bundle they presented to the market, they actually made some profit out of it as well. It was about $30 bundle or something like that. And from that moment on, the whole universe, I would say, has flipped over. Many companies started to realize what the tech sector can bring to them, not just to help them increase their productivity, not just help them lower their product cost, but actually transform the relationship and how the consumer perceives their products through providing an added services. Even some companies has built their whole new business model on top of a technology, and we're going to give a couple of examples on this as we move on. So back to my question. I'm a manufacturer, I'm in a manufacturing industry. I'm on a legacy system, or I'm just in a phase of selecting a software or implementing one, or I'm lucky enough to just went live on one of them. What do I look for? How do I utilize the modernized platform that I just procured? From a strategy perspective, if you are looking to develop a digital strategy that helps you to differentiate your products in the current market dynamics, there are mainly 6 elements. And I'm coming a bit late in the day, but some of those elements was already showcased during the day today from Abaikan and the other keynote speakers. But the first one, I just briefly go one by one. The first one is IT and IoT capabilities and smart devices. One very good example that Engineer Abaikan mentioned today in the morning that devices or the machines or the assets that you have is currently smart enough to give you every kind of different aspects and data that you might not had in the past. One of them that he mentioned is actually the machine can evaluate the operator and give you KPIs on who's the best operator in the machine today and the best productive and the lower cost and KPIs. So one of the key things that you need to look into any new modernized system, what kind of IoT capabilities it will provide to you and how you can utilize it. Next is the cloud. And the best description, in my opinion, for the cloud, it is the fabric that made the whole digital era possible. Right? Without the cloud, we still have facing limitations. Cloud offer you unlimited computing power, unlimited storage, and elastic computing power. You can scale up and down freely running the platform. If you have an integration that happens every now and then, and during this integration point, you're pulling hundreds and thousands of records at the same time, and you need this capacity of processing power or storage, the cloud will give you the option to expand the computing power and then elastically go back to the same norm that you're using without needing to actually invest in this kind of computing power locally, and then it's just an asset that is being utilized once every 3 months or 6 months. Next, digitalization. And the point about digitalization is it is very tied or very linked to a consumer behavior. We are consumers. I know about myself, I'm not sure about yourself, but I don't like to make the trips to the supermarket. I'm very happy with the mobile application. I just go in, this is what I need to buy, this is what I need as my products. Digitalization enables you to create all kind of different ways to reach your customer. Being a consumer or a business customer, there are many, many ways to create new platforms, omni-channels, e-commerce, all the kind of initiatives. Those will be enabled by a good modernized platform that will enable you to extend the platform to be able to provide those kind of communication channels and feedback to your customers as well. API economy, maybe it's a technical term, but in my term, I call it the digital economy. I don't think any system, any modernized system, will be able to survive in what's so-called digital economy if it's not connected. Any modernized system should give you the capability to coexist with other systems, whether internally or externally. Most probably you will have suppliers that has the capability on their own systems that can give you data and exchange data with your system, that gives you capability like looking backwards proactively on the supply chain orders or the supply orders they are running for you. It is a must nowadays, and when I go to any kind of prospect or a customer nowadays, I say, if it doesn't connect, it doesn't exist on the digital economy. Networks, communities and people and how they became part of the economy in general without them knowing. And we are part of the economy, we're part of making the other companies money without us knowing. A very good example for this one is companies like Uber, Amazon, Airbnb. They find the way that just using the digital platform, they were able to utilize the crowd, the people, to get them to generate them money without investing a dime in an asset, right? Uber owns like no cars, like 0 cars, and yet thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of cars running to generate money for them. And still, it is for me, it is a very green field, yet so much to be explored there and too much opportunities. Data science, 2-3 years back, there was a term that has exploded everywhere. Big data, big data, big data. There's that tool that manage the big data, this tool to capture big data. But short time after, everybody recognized it's not just about collecting the data. Right? We can collect the data from anywhere, data types, integrations, connecting to machines. It's actually the challenge or the opportunity is making sense of this kind of data. So any kind of modernized system should give you the capability not just to collect the data, that's an easy part, but actually make sense out of it, whether it's in machine learning programs or capabilities, AI, analytics programs, all these kind of tools. So those are the 6 pillars, I would say, that underpins any kind of digital strategy. And in the light of those 6 pillars, there are 5 initiatives that I always invite all my customers and prospects, and I extend my invitation to you as well. You can explore in your organization. There are what I call quick wins. Those 5 pillars, simple things. You can go into your organization and say, all right, this area, what can we improve? It doesn't have to be, and this is one of the good things that they mentioned as well, Mr. Engineer Obaykan and the other keynote speakers. When you start the digital journey, it doesn't have to be boom. It doesn't have to be a huge project that you invest in forward like hundreds of thousands of riyals or anything. It can be small initiatives, and then you can rapidly grow the digital footprint. First is supply network. Now, it is kind of well known that about 70 to 80% of your business happening outside of your organization walls. It's whether happening with a supplier, with a customer, with a freight forwarder, with a bank, with an insurance company. What if you can connect with those kind of organizations, get data proactively from them, let's say a supplier, we give him a purchase order, and we will receive from the supplier as an integration all the process of his own manufacturing process to my raw material. This way I can proactively kind of see any kind of delays in his order that will affect my supply, and any quality deficiency as well. If I'm not able to proactively correct it, at least I have enough time to react to this kind of delay or quality deficiency. Customer experience. How can we improve the customer experience? From as simple as just give them a simple mobile application that they can run on and give you feedback on an order they have placed, or an actual platform you push to your customers to directly feedback from their own systems and from their own kind of users' inputs directly into your system and communicate back and forth with them. Smart assets. I've already touched a point on this where you can just go around your organization. Every little machine that you have, even if it's very old, the manufacturers out there has created a massive amount of sensors and capabilities on very cheap devices. You can connect to any kind of operating machine, from a sliding door to a huge production equipment, and you can collect direct those kind of machine. The limits of what you can do this with this kind of feedback coming from the machine is unlimited. Business process. Again, a keynote speaker has beat me to this, but digital can get you only so far. Digital job, the digital platform job is to measure and maybe give you a feedback. But you need to start with a business process. What if we want to move to a more dynamic digital platform? Do we need to adjust our business process in receiving orders from the customer to be more agile? Currently, we receive it on faxes or emails. We need to receive it in a different channel that allows us to quickly process it and serve a better service level to our customers. Go around and explore this kind of business processes that you can enhance. Digital workforce. You remember the millennials, right? They are mature now and they are in the market. Very recently, or we're gonna get Generation X. I'm not sure if you've heard of them yet, but Generation X comes with their own mindset. And they will be the leaders of the future, and it is in very organization benefits to maintain them, recruit the best, and retain them. And they are very much attached to the technology they grew up using. I'm used to get this mobile application. I download a mobile application. I do not need a manual to know how to deal with it. Your system should cope up with this kind of mentality. This self-service, I do not need to send an email to get this approved. I just need a couple of clicks on my mobile touch screen and things will move forward. So these are the very important, in my opinion, to take in consideration as well. My time is running out, but it is very important to get this kind of a platform. You're not just buying a piece of software or an ERP that does a simple procure to pay. This is not enough anymore. You need a technology, as I call it, technology stack that allows you to extend this ERP, allow you to explore digital initiatives. Could be small digital initiatives, could be big ones. This is a very good story from one of our customers. We call them partners because they themselves call their customers partners. It's a simple company called Nutrico. They work in animal feed production, and they have always been perceived by the farmers or the farm managers as a simple provider, simple supplier for a simple products. But they wanted to transform this kind of perception. So what they went and did is they invested with their own farmers and with their own customers in a kind of IoT platform where they implemented sensors everywhere in the farms that they could implement. Using the sensors, they can gather back information, whether it's on the vitals of the animals, on the population, and anything else. And every farm manager sets a set of targets on the platform and says, I need to increase the population. I need to increase the average weight of my cows in the herds, and puts this kind of information. And Nutrico used our platform to kind of collect all those kind of information and represent it back to the farmers in the shape of mobile applications and dashboards. So any farm manager can go onto the platform and see, all right, those are the vitals of my herd. This is the information that I get from my own farm. And this is the products that my beloved partner in business to manage the business is recommending for me based on my KPIs that I'm setting or the targets that I'm setting to my own farms. In this way, rather than actually looking from a farm management perspective to Nutrico as a simple provider for a simple product, they became partners in managing their own business, which strengthened the relation between them. So that's it for me. Hopefully that was quick and concise. Any questions, I'm up for it. If not, I'm done. Right? Thank you.
شكرا للأستاذ محمد منصور مدير الحلول الاستشارية بشركة إنفور. الآن الحضور الكريم عرضنا التقديمي التالي سيسلط الضوء على ما تعنيه الثورة الصناعية الرابعة على الأمن، وسيقدمه لنا السيد ترينس ليو الرئيس التنفيذي لشبكات TX1 نائب الرئيسي لشركة ترند مايكرو GM. Please welcome Mr. Trins Leo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Good. My name is Terence, and I'm representing Trend Micro and TX1 Networks. You probably have heard of Trend Micro. Trend Micro is one of the largest cybersecurity firms in the world. And TX1 Networks is a joint venture set up by Trend Micro and the Moxa together last year. And TX1 Networks' sole focus is cybersecurity for OT. And that's what we are going to talk about. Industry 4.0 is surely a very, very important topic in the world. And the whole day's meeting, you have heard a lot of new technologies for Industry 4.0, including data acquisition, including machine learning, cloud, and the fancy stuff. And all of them have changed the infrastructure of modern smart factories so that our defense strategy, cybersecurity strategy for smart factories has also need to be changed. Oh, okay. In addition to the change of infrastructure, actually the hackers are changing. Cybersecurity for OT is not new. Since 2010, the very famous or infamous Stuxnet, people already pay a lot of attention to cybersecurity. Following Stuxnet, we have Shamoon, we have Black Energy 3, Triton. But before 2017, it's mainly the critical infrastructure. They worry about cybersecurity because all the attacks mainly done by organized hackers or nation-sponsored hacker groups. But in 2017, the whole world been changed because of WannaCry and NotPaya. So these two worms, although they've been categorized into non-targeted attack, but they introduce significant damage to several very large enterprises. And we saw the loss could be up to like $300 to $400 million per major breach. And in last 12 months, we have seen more and more targeted attack on smart factories. And it's mainly about the ransom. So including Locker Hydro and very recent Dapper Paymer, the Mexico oil company. So they've been lost a lot of money to this kind of breach. So we observe smart factories now have the awareness and pay a lot of more attention to cybersecurity. Originally, people believed the OT and ICS were safe because they are air-gapped, they are isolated. But think about the IT network expansion, the OT being connected to IT, servers like ERP, right? And actually, if we study the recent breaches, most of the cases is from internet to IT and then to OT. So IT to OT, the path is very critical in terms of cybersecurity. IIoT gateway. So that connects the OT to the internet. If you use the tool like Shodan, you search it on internet, you can see tens of thousands of IIoT gateway with very weak or even none authentication. So you can easily use very default username and password like admin, and can log on to the system. And that IoT gateway being connected to their PLC. That's very risky. Local IoT and 5G. 5G has been a big topic. But the cybersecurity for base station and for 5G is not well studied yet. And in the future, maybe your local 5G base station will also be shared with somebody else. And that also creates cybersecurity risk. Last but not least, insider threat. It's not that complicated as it sounds. The insider threat could be one of your contractor bring in infected USB stick and plug into one of your machine, and then the worm propagation happens. Actually, according to the latest survey done by SANS in June, more than 30% of the cybersecurity incidents were contributed by legitimate insiders. So all this together make the perimeter of your OT really disappeared. So now, if we look into this illustration, this illustrates the simple OT architecture. You have threat comes from IT, comes from insider, comes from local LTE or your IoT gateway. And the most popular attacks nowadays are, number one, targeted attack or ransom, conducted by persistent professional hacker groups. So you have famous breach example like Stuxnet, like LackerGoga. And another one is unintentional incidents. It could be just bad luck by legitimate users or contractors. Some example like WannaCry, like NotPaya. So really, we have to think about the perimeter of the OT again. You really have to secure every production line and even secure the endpoint itself. The same thing happened to IT 4 years ago. That's why the endpoint detection and response was so hot nowadays. So OT is just repeating the history. Then in response to the threat, let's think about two things. One, first thing, what hackers is doing. Let's take the example of 2010 Stuxnet. That's the most sophisticated OT cyber breach ever. So at that time, because the OT is air-gapped. So the hacker used an infected USB stick as a starting point into the OT. And from there, they do a lot of lateral movement, which means from one machine infect another machine using the most sophisticated vulnerabilities. Gradually, they find the WinCC server. And from there, they can change the program of the specific Siemens PLC so that the PLC would load the abnormal firmware and then change the behavior of the centrifuge. And eventually, that makes the breach. That's a perfect example of what happened to a critical infrastructure. But think about what we have as a common practice. Normal cyber challenges nowadays for OT, number one is visibility. You know, in IT, if we have a computer, it's Windows 10, right? We can see that very easily. But for OT machine, it's a big equipment with a PC board inside the equipment. How do you know what kind of operating system it is? How do you know what kind of application it is? It's not uncommon in some of our customers. It took them 2 years or 3 years to figure out what they really have. But if you don't know what you have, how could you really protect them? So visibility is one common challenge to OT. The second one is equipment vulnerability. In the factories, there are many legacy devices with vulnerable operating system. And it's very difficult due to the OT limitation. It's not easy for you to keep them updated that frequently. Misuse of PLC. If we study the major cyber breaches of the critical infrastructure, eventually people manipulate about the PLC, such like the example we talked about for the Stuxnet. Last but not least, the infected remote media. It is so easy. I talked to one customer, they running the offshore rig. Because the only connectivity of the offshore rig is the satellite. So they said, we don't really worry about the cybersecurity attack from the network, but we worry about one of our contractors hop on to our rig and plug in an infected USB and bring down that rig. And you know, that rig, the cost of running a rig could be 1.5 million per day, right? So just little thing, but it could introduce significant damage. So we have 4 suggestions. The first suggestion is to, you know, have the effective segmentation and virtual patch in your network. By deploying modern firewall, industrial firewall, or industrial intrusion prevention system, you can chop your big flattened layer 2 network into small segments. Why that's important? That means if one guy bring in a worm into your factory, even the incident happened, but you can prevent the incident becoming a major breach. That worm will be contained inside one of the segments without going everywhere. The other thing is the modern industrial firewall, they can provide the features like a virtual patch, which means they can shield your vulnerable devices. You don't need to patch the system that frequently. So with that, that's one of the most effective approach, what you can do on the network. And the second suggestion is to deploy the network whitelisting control. The network whitelisting control should be based on the visibility. You should have the technology to provide you the visibility, what kind of asset you have, what kind of protocol is running in your factory. And from there, you can build a whitelist, a baseline. This is correct. And one day, if anything abnormal happened, you will be able to notify very soon. And in this example, we said, okay, the PLC can only be fully accessed by the engineer workstation, while other devices to that PLC can only read. You can read the configuration, you can read the parameter, you can read the information, but you cannot change anything. So that the PLC can only be controlled by a very specific device. And by doing that, you can greatly lower the possibility of being hacked. The third suggestion is about lockdown mission critical asset. So it's like if the perimeter of the OT disappeared, you really have to secure those mission critical endpoint by the lockdown or application whitelisting solution. Application whitelisting, or so-called application control, is not a new technology. Basically, they built a whitelist as a baseline. Only approved application or only approved program can be executed by the system. So that I would say this is ultimate protection, because even hacker touch that endpoint. Hacker install the malware, ransomware onto the endpoint. Anyhow, it cannot be executed. But application control with operational cost, you need the people to maintain the whitelist. So that we suggest you to install the application whitelist solution onto those mission critical assets, which means when those assets was done, your production will be done. The fourth suggestion is to perform the periodic health check process with some handy tool. Like we provide a handy USB stick. By plugging into the USB stick into the Windows or Linux system, it tells you whether the system been infected or not by the tail of the LED in the tail of the USB. That's quite simple. But comparing to the former three defense strategy, the last one is to make sure your systems, including those inbound devices, including those isolated without attached to network systems, are still benign. So by adding all of this together, in front of every production line, we suggest you to do micro-segmentation with firewall technology so that you can have segmentation, you can have virtual patch, and also the network whitelisting control over it. And on your mission critical asset, we suggest you to have the lockdown solution being deployed. And then use some antivirus scanner to make sure the inbound devices, or the device brought in by the guest, or the isolated devices are still not infected. So combine all these practical tactics, you are able to fight or in response to two most popular attacks, and they are unintentional incident and targeted attack and ransom. So in summary, I think considering the different priority between IT and OT. In IT, according to ISMS 27001, the most important is confidentiality, followed by integrity and availability. But in OT, the order is opposite way. In OT, safety and availability is most important, followed by integrity, and then confidentiality. So we believe the goal of your cybersecurity strategy in OT is to keep operation running. Even you cannot prevent the incident 100%, but you still want to prevent the incident from becoming a major breach. So keep operation running is your goal. And by doing our suggestions, you not just rely on the firewall between IT and OT, because that perimeter already disappeared. You have to rethink about where the perimeter is. The perimeter could go all the way down to the shop floor or to the mission critical asset. You have to find a way to protect it. So segmentation and secure the asset is something you really have to do if your factories are very highly automated, use the very modern technology for data acquisition, for remote control. So by doing that, you can address three most common issues in the OT, and they are low visibility, unpatched devices, and weak authentication of the PLC. And so you can address the two most common attacks at this moment, and they are unintentional incidents, and targeted attack and ransom. And that concludes my presentation today. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we can take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trans. الآن حضورنا الكرام عرضنا التالي سيناقش تطبيق أسلوب نهج إنساني فيما يتعلق بالرقمنة. رحبوا معي بالأستاذ سيف ششكلي المؤسس المشارك والمدير الشريك لفور برينسيبلز. الأستاذ سيف.
السلام عليكم. All right. A lot of what I'm going to say today has been said earlier, so I'll try not to keep it boring and keep it quick for you. Can we have the screen up, please? Next. Do you have a clicker? Is it working? No? Down, okay. Great. So the topic today is Jidoka, yeah, which is a Japanese word. So 4 principles, we do lean management coming out of the Toyota production system. And we'll be talking about how Toyota itself does this balance between man and machine in its automation and digitization approach. So in the current narrative so far, what we've heard, what we've been hearing all along, is that yes, the digitization narrative is really strong, powerful, impactful. If you don't do it now, you will be left behind. These apps are really important. Yeah, they will help you do unlimited technical growth, reach your customers. You will have instant live data on your apps, on your iPhone, on your iPad, etc. These tools will solve everything. I think we've all heard things like this before. Everything will be automated. And yes, you need new infrastructure. You need to invest in some of these things. However, we have to be careful in how we take this message. So yes, absolutely, this technology can help us, but the focus in and of itself cannot be the technology. It must actually be always, from a lean perspective, on the customers. How do we still use the technology that we have today to add more value for our customers? And then obviously, second to that is our internal customers. How do we help our employees who are helping our customers today? Because a lot of these, let's say, narratives, yeah, are still in place. So yes, do we need to change? Do we need to improve? Of course. We always needed that, even before the whole digital buzzword came to place. Interestingly enough, with clients that have, or with companies that have already applied technological applications, bad ones actually decrease your sales faster than good ones increase them. Yeah, so also we must take this with caution and also still keep the balance in place. Rigid automation. So first there's the history of GM in the early 80s when they tried to automate and the problems they had. And in case we forgot about them or didn't even know them, we have Tesla as a good example. So if you've been following the news of Tesla, when they first launched and they tried to automate everything and replace all their employees with robots, they lost billions. And it was only after Musk had to scale back on the level of automation that they realized, okay, now we can finally actually make a decent profit, yeah, or come back to it. But the point is, when we rush purely after the technology, without looking at how to focus on the customer and on our staff, it usually tends to lead to failure. So in the current context, as we see change happening really fast in Saudi, what we also realize is that the early adopters, and by early adopters I mean the ones who will adopt the technology in the right way, they will stand to benefit a lot. And as the market continuously gets more competitive, the non-adopters, or the ones who adopted it the wrong way, they will be the ones left behind. So there definitely is a case to go in this direction, but the question is how to do it correctly. So Jidoka is all about putting the human in the center. So how do we use this technology that we have today to increase visual management, to help our staff, help the customer? How do we use this technology to detect anomalies, to fix them, to prevent them from happening? And how to make complex problems even simpler? So jidoka, maybe just, it's a Japanese word. Its literal translation, if you look at the kanji, the Japanese alphabet, means way of automation. However, in the Toyota terminology of it, it actually means the balance of automation, i.e. the balance between man and machine. So it's a concept actually that Toyota started back in the 1860s when it first started, and they, at that time Toyota was only doing textile. Yeah, so if many of you don't know this, Toyota was actually doing textile before they went into automotive manufacturing. And their first invention was the automatic loom work machine, which stopped the production when it detected an error. Yeah, so that was its first patent. And that was the first time in what is today known as Toyota Way in the Toyota production system that the first principle, jidoka, one of the 4 principles, was put in place. That was in, I believe, 1863. Yeah, so that was basically at the end of the first industrial revolution and before the second one started, right? Today we're talking about Industry 4.0, so the 4th industrial revolution. What's interesting is that until today, still, Kawai-san, who's the vice president and the global production manager of Toyota Motor Corporation factories worldwide. So this is a person who has 370,000 production workers reporting to him. Still says we see robots as helpers for our workers, not as substitutes. So there's really another angle of looking at technology. It's there to empower our workforce, not to replace them. And why is that? Because a fully automated factory, as we've seen with the recent Tesla examples, would always remain stuck at that stage of development. Yeah? Robots cannot continuously improve the process, only people can. So a jidoka implementation approach, yeah, it starts basically with what is the problem? Yes, it can be complex, yes, it can be big, so let's simplify it. Let's narrow it down to its simplest forms. Identify the best fitting solution. We've heard today morning there is no one IT solution or one magical program, etc. So what's the best fitting one? Install it, pilot it, build the resilience, so test it with the people, get the acceptance, and then after that do the rollout, so expand and adapt it. Because what's important at the end of that is not only that you have a working solution, but that you also increase your staff's capability and ability to improve and adapt. Otherwise, just putting the IT system, as we've seen with many previous ERPs in the past, whether you're installing Oracle or SAP, what's the full success of it? How much of the powers of those ERPs were fully utilized? With most of our clients, we actually realized that they barely scratched the surface. Usually, yes, it helps in finance, a bit more in HR, a bit more in tracking, yeah, bill of materials, etc. But was it really fully used? Rarely. So that's why we believe a combination of the Industry 4.0 elements. So yes, you have a smarter operator, smarter product, smarter machines, smart planners, with the basic lean or Toyota Way elements. Yeah, how to focus on building more value for the customer, being more people-centric, more transparency, and having a culture backed by a process. Together, not only would you benefit from the combined efficiencies of both, but you even have additional synergies in between them. So what we have seen so far, year to date, and we've been now in the market 10 years come January, clients that have taken this approach of going bottom up with their people, putting them at the center, putting their customers at the center while adapting new technologies, have had quite impressive results, from significant improvements in market time reduction, capacity increases, productivity increases, and of course cost savings when done correctly. And I think maybe one thing I just want to highlight from this morning, Mr. Abdullah Abaikan mentioned that the last 5 years they embarked on the journey of digitization. So Abaikan Investment Group was our second client back in 2010. So the first 5 years was actually building the basics, empowering their people, and that is what he referred to as having the right organization and setup to start adapting and jumping to the next step. So I tried to make it really quick. I didn't want to repeat, yeah, and bring waste into this by repeating what was said already. And I hope this was beneficial and useful for you. Thank you so much.
شكرا أستاذ سيف. العرض التالي عنوانه المدن الصناعية الذكية، إنشاء البيئة المناسبة لمصانع المستقبل. أدعوكم للترحيب بالمهندس أيمن منسي، الرئيس التنفيذي للوادي الصناعي.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. So, ممكن أتكلم بالإنجليزي لأنه في حضور أتوقع ما يتكلموا العربي. So, I'll make the presentation quick, short, to the point in English. Sorry. So, before I start, anybody visited or heard about the Industrial Valley? By show of hand. Oh, great. So I don't need to do the presentation. All right. So just to give you a background for those who is not aware of the Industrial Valley, it's an area of 50 million square meter. It's an industrial and logistics zone connected to King Abdullah Port. The location is in King Abdullah Economic City, north of Jeddah. So basically, the focus of the industrial area or the Industrial Valley is to attract international and local companies in 6 industries, mainly logistics, pharmaceutical, FMCG, and the rest. These are the targeted industries that we focus on in King Abdullah Economic City Industrial Valley. Recently, the recent achievement we had is we achieved about 18% growth in 2018, and we in the pharma sector, as you can see. And the Industrial Valley achieved about 23% on the FMCG and logistics. The rest of the sectors are auto, building material, and packaging. These are some of the top brands and companies that we have attracted. We have now more than 100 factories representing 13 billion of investment. A part of that, already 4,500 jobs have been created. So now, coming to the key question, what are the enablers? ايش هي مقومات النجاح في اللي اتخذناها في الوادي الصناعي? What are the key enablers that we used over the last 7 to 8 years? So number one that has been helpful for us is having a single regulator, the single window service offered by the Economic Cities Authority. So any international investor can come and get his or her license, investment license, CR, occupancy permit, construction permit, all from one entity. And that has been very helpful. And we believe even creating the future industries, you really need to simplify regulation and have one single point of contact. The second very important point is, the infrastructure. So developing world-class infrastructure is very important, and that has also increased the level of appetite for technology companies. So one of the stories we had is a few years ago, one of the technology companies came to us and wanted to establish a data center cluster, and what they asked for is redundancy in power and a very advanced technical requirements in the storm drainage, and both of which were very important and helpful for us. So having an infrastructure is very important enabler for future industries. The location and access to market, I'm sure this is one of the most important things for international companies. As you know, the western region of Saudi Arabia has access to 8 million, and with East Africa and the rest of the countries, the neighboring countries to Saudi Arabia, that gives you access to more than 600 million population. So access to market is very important, and any future industry one of the key and most important things is having the demand. Sorry, going back and forth. Last but not least is the value chain. So we don't focus on one industry, but we also build the whole value chain. To give you an example, for example, in the pharma cluster, we focus on manufacturing, packaging, and distribution. Today, on pharma, for example, we attract top talents, top anchor tenants, and then we build the overall value chain around them. And this is very important from a cost-saving perspective, from creating economies of scale for any international or local company. These are some of the examples that we have world-class companies in logistics. We have Flow and FMCG. We have Mars. In car assembly, we have Rosenbauer and so forth. These are actual examples on the ground. I'll end the presentation by sharing the future. So what does that mean? What are the future enablers for us? We believe any factory, any industry needs to reduce cost and enhance the bottom line. So, and one important cost element for any factory is the logistics. So we're planning to establish a logistics zone, a bonded zone next to King Abdullah port that will be inaugurated probably by 2020. We're also going to target focusing on light industry, gas-related industries, and we have a gas pipeline coming all the way from Yumba. And the third one would be technology park. So one of the big areas that we will focus on is having an established and advanced cluster that supports the technology platform. And there are many specifications that we already worked on in King Abdullah Economic City, and we already have one big tenant will be operational within the next 3 months. Last but not least, we have also applied for a special economic zone, and it is now being assessed by NEDLib and the Ministry of Industry. With that, I end my presentation, and I invite all of you to visit our booth if you have any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
شكرا للمهندس أيمن. تمويل الثورة الصناعية الرابعة موضوع في غاية الأهمية سيتناوله الأستاذ حمد المفيز مدير تطوير المنتجات والشراكات بصندوق التنمية الصناعية السعودي، فلنرحب به.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hamad Al-Mufiz. I'm here to present what is IDF as a financial institute that works to enable the industrial sector in Saudi Arabia. What we do for Industry 4.0. What is the package, what is the program, what is the incentives that we're providing to the investors toward incentivize them to invest in Industry 4.0. As what we see today, all the ideas, the solutions from the providers, from the advisors for Industry 4.0, added to the governmental push and governmental look and future push for Industry 4.0 with the attendance of the ministers and vice ministers shows how it's important thing to move forward to Industry 4.0. But there is one thing is important, is whom gonna finance this project? Whom gonna work with me if I don't have an advisor to help me to evaluate my need? So within my presentation, I'm going to talk about in general, and I requested to make it short and brief. I'm going to go and highlight about SIDF, what is SIDF, then the products, the sectors SIDF covers. Then we'll deep dive on Tanafusiyya program, which is the program that works directly toward incentivize Industry 4.0. SIDF is a governmental financial institute, works to develop and to improve the industrial sector. Our values, as you can see here, reliability, teamwork, enablement, development, and client success. And this is the value that pushed us and incentivized us to produce a program to move or to help clients for their successful in their businesses. We have established in 1974 our numbers last 9 years from 2010 to 2019 is 1,255 loans, 75 billion of loan have been approved. We have 44% of our loans goes to promising regions, and 80% of the loans, the approved loans, goes to SMEs. Then SIDF expanded the mandate to cover more sectors. So in sector base, we used to support the industrial sector. Now we're supporting the energy, mining, and logistics. In product level, the financial products, we used to offer project financing only. Then we have introduced the letter of credit, working with a limited number of commercial banks. What we have now is wide range of the main banks, commercial banks, covered by letter of credit. We have launched a term loan, which is multi-purpose loan, to finance items non-related to production. And we have launched and signed loans for working capital lately. And we're working right now in acquisition financing. And acquisition financing might have a relation with Industry 4.0 to acquire technology overseas and bring it to the country. But this program is not, this product is not yet launched, will be launched late this year, inshallah. Then we do have an incentivized program. The incentivized program is a program that designed and developed towards serve certain service or certain goal. We have Mutajaddida program for renewable energy. We do have Tawteen program for local content. We do have Tanafusiyya, which I'm gonna work in more, talk in more details about. And we do have Afaq, which is a program for SMEs. So what is Tanafusiyya? Tanafusiyya is a program that's designed by SIDF to develop industrial sector base to increase the competitiveness of local products and use the new technology. We do have two products under this program: energy efficiency, the EE, and IDT, industrial digitalization transformation. Why we're saying, or why we're calling it IDT, not Industry 4.0, I'm gonna talk about it later in the next couple of slides. Okay, then I'll talk briefly about energy efficiency to enable manufacturers to reduce the energy cost and increase their efficiency. The requirement is available online, so I'm not gonna go through right now to save the time. The IDT is the main focus for today's session. IDT, Industrial Digital Transformation. and not just Industry 4.0, because we want to serve all projects, all manufacturers, to go through or to go toward digitalization, whether it's under the category of Industry 4.0 or it's something closer to Industry 4.0. And this program is to enable industrial manufacturing to increase their, to increase their competitiveness. What's the criteria to accept applications? The criteria is brownfield projects, existing clients, existing projects. It should be project results to increase of operational efficiency, new clients and existing clients with good standing, good financial credit standing, maximum 20% capacity increase, and that's have a meaning to have it just cap with a 20% as a capacity, because if it's more than 20% capacity increase, it's expansion. It would evaluate it as an expansion, and we can't promise a short time to evaluate an expansion project like projects under Tanafusiyya. One more criteria is commercially proven technology. Okay, what we give to the investors, we do give to investors under Tanafusiyya 5 things. First, it's open for all sectors, and those whom dealt with SIDF knows that we have closed sectors we don't finance, and this list of sectors gets updated periodically based on the market demand and supply power. So this is open for all sectors, including closed sectors. We give longer tenure, at least 7 years. We give 24 months or up to 22 years grace period, and we do promise the evaluation won't exceed 8 weeks. And that's why we don't evaluate these projects as expansion projects. One more thing is, if the clients have no access to advisory services or have no knowledge how to evaluate projects under IDT or EE, we do have a unit supports our clients, link the clients with the advisory, with third-party advisories. And I'm going to talk about it now. So the advisory is, the scope is Industry 4.0 readiness diagnosed and develop of Industry 4.0 implementation roadmap. This is what we do in our unit, but the implementation, it's done by the third-party advisory. What is the operating model? The operating model is, as you see here, we have SIDF advisory unit, we have contracts with or partnership with selected providers. Those selected providers give free assessment and preferential prices for our clients whom need to an advisory services, whom doesn't have access for advisory services. I run through the presentation. I have reached the end, but I want to highlight 3 more things within this. SIDF is here to support clients to take their decision, to incentivize clients to take their decision. We're not taking the decision in front of the clients. The clients have to do their due diligence. They have to do their visibility study before they come to SIDF. The second thing, the incentives that we're giving, we think it's a key, and it's motivating the clients to go toward these services. The third thing is important here, I have to highlight it again, is the advisory service. It's a free service at SIDF, and you are encouraged to use this services, whether you are advisor or provider to the service or your client. Thank you, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. محمد. الجلسة التالية حضورنا الكرام ستكون عن المدن الذكية وكيف يمكن للذكاء الصناعي تمكين الرحلة نحو المدن الذكية. رحبوا معي بالدكتور خالد الظاهر العضو المنتدب بشركة اكستنشر السعودية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا، يعطيك العافية. شكرا. السلام عليكم. So if you allow me to speak in English, first of all, thank you so much for participation in today's event. Very exciting and a lot of interesting topics that have been covered. So in the coming 10 minutes, what I would like to go through is the experience of Accenture around the world in working with different clients on how smart cities have helped our clients transform their business and the environment that they are working in. So really understanding what a smart city is. And of course, I'm sure you've heard a lot so far. The question is, what is the impact that you would like to see in a smart city? So and then maybe cover a little bit about artificial intelligence in smart cities. Of course, there are a lot of technologies that enable the effective execution of smart cities, but we will cover them in the coming maybe few minutes. There are a lot of other technologies. I'll just list some of them, and I'm sure you've had a lot of experience in what these technologies enable. But if we go 1 minute, one slide before, yeah. So some of the definitions of what smart cities are, and I think, again, as you go through different definitions, what's important is what really matters for you, for the smart city that you are trying to build. Is it the technology? Is it the people? Is it the impact that that particular smart city has? So, for example, the quality of life is a very important part that many organizations consider as a very important part of their decision as they go through the design of a smart city and the implementation of a smart city. So these are different elements that needs to be looked at. So as we have been through experiences with different smart cities, we've seen some patterns that define to different smart cities the value that they are trying to create. So, for example, we need to really make sure that the engagement of citizens in the definition of the vision of a smart city is very important. What really matters for the inhabitants and the users of these smart cities is extremely important. It's very important also to identify the partnerships. So we've seen today many organizations that provide different elements of what a successful smart city should look like. And the question then is, how do we define these partnerships that enable that value and create the overall smart city experience? It's also important to look at data, because at the end, it is really what defines the value that a smart city can bring. But then there are a lot of inhabitants, as we will see in a couple of slides later on. So one of the important elements is who owns the data, who is able to use the data, and how is this data used to enhance the value that is being provided to the different users of the smart city. So that's a very critical element that needs to be looked at. And another element is governance. So what really is the role of the different players in a smart city? I think the governance element is extremely important, making sure that it is well defined, that it is also flexible to engage the different players in the smart city to provide the maximum value. But it's also the process of building up a smart city. And that's something that we've also had discussions with several of our clients,
where you would say, well, do I do a big bang approach and really build a full smart city day one? Or do I start piloting different parts of a smart city, whether it is connectivity, whether it is the human experience, whether it is the use of data and analytics? Which element do I start my pilots with to provide the value that I would like to create for my users? And another very important element is, how do we finance a smart city? So is it something that is fully public sector funded, fully private sector funded? Is it a combination of funding that happens between public sector and the private sector? And again, based on what type of model? I think the model of funding of a smart city is extremely important, and I think it will create the success or the failure of a smart city. Okay, so if we look at the different elements of what could be a successful smart city, we've looked at some information and some dimensions around the users themselves, the public safety, the sustainability and the impact on the environment, and how that will drive the definition of the smart city, making sure that the health, housing requirements of different users in a smart city, and how that impacts their experience. And here I mentioned different technologies that can also be of impact. So you mentioned artificial intelligence as one of the technologies, but it's also important to be aware of the different other technologies that can be useful. So blockchain, for example, is an extremely important technology that will help identify the different elements of a smart city success. Then there are different stages, I would say, that we need to go through as we understand the smart city, whether it is the beginning phases of a smart city as it is emerging, or as we are improving the functionality of a smart city and making sure that we are enhancing the quality of life and the quality of the output that comes out of a smart city. Are we enhancing resource utilization? Are we reducing consumption of energy? Are we providing a better experience for the different users? And then we get into the maturity phase, where we want to make sure that we are maximizing the use, especially of data, for example, and how big data will be able to help, and how machine learning will be able to help us mature our smart city environment. And then after that, we need to make sure that we are scaling it up and enabling other users to benefit from the smart city experience. And if we focus a little bit on the different methodologies. So this is one example of a methodology of the setup of a smart city. And at the center of that is actually the users and the community. So we really need to make sure that if we are trying to build a smart city for a particular objective, that we understand who are the beneficiaries, who are the users at the core of the smart city, and make sure that we understand their requirements, understand what are the priorities for them, and make sure that we engage them as we define what we call the design thinking experience of this transformation that they are trying to define. And then define the value chains that will be created through the smart city. And then, as I said, make sure that we are piloting and prototyping, and then from there start scaling up the value that we see as we connect the different value chains together to create that overall value, and then make sure that we industrialize that and show the benefit of that smart city. And it's also important to make sure that we are putting in an overall framework for smart city development. And this is one example framework that can be used to be as a guide for smart city development, whether it is the different services that are being offered from government services to mobility to safety and so on, all the way to the platforms that are required, whether again the common use of data, the maximum integration between the different partners that are providing the value in the smart city, and then making sure that the infrastructure is also properly designed to create that value and also to capture the data to provide better value. So there are a lot of enablers that we need to make sure are there. There's also a very important element, which is people, and that's why I've also included a view about what are the types of skills that are needed as we develop smart cities. So it's not only the location, the buildings, the infrastructure from a technology point of view, but it's also very important to understand the skill sets that are needed. So again, we heard a lot about security and cybersecurity, and that's definitely a very important element, but it's also important to look at the core design for smart city value, understand the information and communication technology requirements for setting up a smart city. A lot of technology will be used. So again, basic technology, whether it is IoT, whether it is cloud services, but it's also important to understand the analytics and the data management and the operations of that smart city. It's also making sure that because it is phases and it is not in one shot, we need to make sure that the different parts of the projects are also well managed. So that's why skills around project management and around delivery and capability of operations is extremely important. So that's just a very high-level view from a people point of view. So if I touch on artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can really help, we believe it can help in three main buckets. So one bucket is intelligent automation. So how can we ensure that that the processes are well automated to enable better experience with the people in the smart city? The next bucket is around enhanced judgment. So once that you have information and data about the environment in the smart city, how can I make better decision making? And the third element is an enhanced interaction. So I have the environment, I can make a better decisions. So how can I enable the interaction not only between people, but also between machines and between people and machines? So we need to make sure that that interaction is well defined. And there are some examples that we can go through to give you an idea what we mean by each of these buckets. But what's important is to keep in mind that artificial intelligence is not only in one area, whether it's around robotics, for example, or around machine learning, or around analytics. It's really about these three big buckets that can really have a big impact, whether it is on the infrastructure side or whether it's on the operations and interaction side. And I'll conclude with a couple of slides here to talk about, again, how AI really allows enhanced business processes, enhanced redefinition of a business process. So that's extremely important in artificial intelligence. And how do we transform the interaction between humans and machines? Because at the end, artificial intelligence isn't just a machine that will do something. It is actually how machines and technology and data will enable people to make better decision making. So again, as we heard in the previous talk, technology and artificial intelligence and innovation is really complementary to humans rather than a replacement for humans. But what's also very important is really to understand what could be barriers to adoption of the use of artificial intelligence in smart cities. And here you have a few examples. Again, I mentioned data and the ownership of data and the use of data for better decision making. So if we do not have a good understanding of data ownership, so who owns the data about the people that are moving within the smart city? Who owns the data about the utilization of energy in the smart city? About the consumption of water in the smart city? So these are different pieces of data But then if you don't put them together and enable others to be able to make better decision making, then you haven't really made the maximum value of a smart city. You might have a very nice infrastructure, but did not really maximize the objectives that we talked about earlier, which is enhanced utilization of resources, reduction of cost, of impact on the environment, and so on, right? The other extremely important element is also defining a set of code of conduct and the code of ethics that define how smart cities should actually be used, in the tenants and the users themselves. And I will close by maybe sharing a few documents that I'll be more than happy, if you're interested, to share with you. Some thought leadership documents from Accenture about smart cities. I just included a few collection. I don't know if you'll be getting copies of the slides, but if you do not, you're more than welcome to email me, and I'll be more than happy to share that with you. You can reach out to me or to my colleague Ahmed Abul Shar, who will be more than happy to provide that. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for the organizers, to Mudun, and to the ministry for making this a great event happen. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Allah يعطيك العافية.
كل الشكر للدكتور خالد الظاهر. الآن حضورنا الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أدعو راعي حفلنا هذا المهندس خالد بن محمد السالم، مدير عام مدن، لتعريفنا بشكل سريع عن الخطوات القادمة. فليتفضل مشكورا إلى المنصة.
ما قصرت طول الله يرضى عليك. يوم طويل. أولا نعتذر، وضعنا يعني بطريقة أن يكون هذا البرنامج في يوم واحد، بما فيه من معلومات يعني زاخرة، وأعتقد أنها ثقيلة على من ليس في مثل هذا المجال من أمثالي. أنا أريد أن أقول الرحلة بدأت، ونحن نعيش المستقبل اليوم، مثل ما ذكر معالي الوزير في كلمته الافتتاحية. اليوم أنا أعتقد اختصارا لوقتكم، هناك 3 توصيات أو 3 مخرجات أعتقد مهمة، وهناك مخرجات أخرى من هذا اللقاء، ولكن يعني أبرز ما يعني فعلا توافق عليه المتحدثون واللقاءات، حلقات النقاش التي تمت. أولا الجهات الممكنة الحكومية، وعلى رأسها وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية ووزارة الاتصالات، هي على أتم استعداد لدعم هذا التحول الرقمي. وخير شاهد المشاركين اليوم، وتحدثوا عن برامج التي لديهم لتعزيز وتمكين التحول إلى الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، والمعرض المصاحب الذي رأيتموه، سواء من جهات حكومية داعمة أو من جهات ذات خبرة في هذا المجال، سواء محلية أو عالمية. المخرج الثاني أعتقد والذي أرجو أن يعني نصل إليه هو التزام أصحاب المصانع والرؤساء التنفيذيين بهذا التحول. ذكر كثيرا خلال الحديث أن بدون التزام من صاحب القرار في المنشأة لن يتم هذا التحول داخل هذه المصانع. وإذا حدث الالتزام فالتوصية الثالثة يعني لم تذكر كثيرا ولكن مهمة جدا، وهي العنصر البشري، تطوير العنصر البشري القادر للتحول داخل هذه المصانع. فإذا التزم قائد المنشأة أعتقد هناك خطوة نحتاج نعمل عليها ما بين القطاع الخاص وما بين القطاع العام في تطوير العنصر البشري داخل هذه المصانع. بدون يعني عنصر بشري قادر على التعامل مع هذه التقنيات أيضا لن يكون هناك نجاح في هذا التحول، وسوف يكون يعني مضيعة للوقت وهدر للمال. ونحن سوف دائما نساعد المصانع بأن يكون هذا التحول ناجحا ومستداما. معالي الوزير بعد حضوره بدايات هذا اللقاء يعني ذكر للفريق المنظم أنه يحب أن يرى مثل هذا المؤتمر يعني سنويا، بحيث يتم قياس التحول الرقمي في المصانع السعودية. وكما تعلمون هو هدف استراتيجي من أهداف ندلب إلى 2030. فبهذا أنا مرة أخرى أذكر بأن مدن سوف تستمر في دعم هذا التحول، سوف نكون قريبين منكم. أرجو أنه يكون ممن حضر من ملاك المصانع ومن الرؤساء التنفيذيين أن يبادروا إلى التقديم على أن يكونوا من أول 100 مصنع في هذا التحول. سوف يتم تقييمها بكل يعني مؤسسية داخل مدن والجهات الداعمة، بحيث أن يكون هناك يعني عدل في القرار. بعد إن شاء الله التقييم سوف يتم أيضا التواصل معكم خلال هذه المرحلة، مرحلة التقييم، ومن بعدها الشركات والمصانع التي سوف يتم اختيارها سوف إن شاء الله تمر بمرحلة التحول نحو الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. لا نطيل عليكم، احنا أخرناكم اليوم، ولذلك يعني شكرا لكم. أنتم يعني من تستحقون الشكر لحضوركم ولمساهمتكم. الشكر أيضا موصول للرعاة الذين فعلا يعني بادروا في أن تكون هذا المؤتمر أن يحدث في هذا الوقت. أيضا بدونهم أعتقد سوف يكون المؤتمر مؤتمر ضعيف. وأيضا نشكر جميع المنظمين من الإخوة الذين شاركوا، سواء من الشركة المنظمة أو من مدن. أيضا يعني بالنسبة للمعرض يعني أريد أن تعلموا أن الزملاء جميعا المعرض بدأوا في يعني تشييده الساعة 4 عصرا أمس، وكانوا يعملون إلى الفجر حتى يعني يكون مهيأ وجاهز بالنسبة لكم لتطلعوا على المعلومات. وأيضا مطلوب منهم اليوم يعني أن المعرض أيضا يتم تفكيكه خلال 4 ساعات وتسليم المكان، لأن هناك معرض آخر سوف يقام. فأيضا نشكرهم كل الشكر لهذا الجهد والإبداع. يعني شرفنا معالي وزير الاتصالات اليوم ومعالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية، يعني تبنى هذا المؤتمر ويعني افتتح هذا المؤتمر، وحملنا أيضا يعني شكره للجميع على المشاركة وعلى إبداعكم في الجلسات، المتحدثين والحلقات الحوارية. أبدعتم وأعطيتم من وقتكم ومن علمكم، وإن شاء الله لنا لقاءات أخرى في درب رحلة التحول إلى الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا المهندس خالد. الآن مهندس خالد استأذنك زملائك وأخوانك من الجنود المجهولون من فريق مدن يودون أن يتشرفون بالتقاط صورة جماعية معك، فأدعو جنود مدن للصعود إلى المنصة لالتقاط هذه الصورة الجماعية مع المهندس خالد. إذا يتفضلون شبابنا، شباب مدن وشاباتنا المشاركين في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الجميل. مدن تيم please to the stage. إذن لحظات تاريخية للمؤتمر الأول الذي تحتضنه مدن بعنوان مصنع المستقبل، وصورة جماعية لأفراد فريق مدن الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذه المناسبة، ولقطة تجمعهم بمدير مدن سعادة المهندس خالد بن محمد السالم. مدن team all on the stage please. إذن شكرا جزيلا سعادة المهندس خالد السالم. وختاما حضورنا الكرام وبالإنابة عن مدن وكونفيرجنت جلوبال، أنا بدر الخليوي أود أن أعبر لكم عن شكري وتقديري لمشاركتكم في مؤتمر مصنع المستقبل. لقد كان يوما متميزا سعدنا فيه بلقائكم، ونتطلع للالتقاء بكم مجددا بإذن الله، وأنتم بصحة وعافية. دمتم بخير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.